Good afternoon and welcome to Sydney Parade. We're here today for the third 11, taking on the visitors from Ashbourne, and Pembroke have won the toss and decided to bat first, and they've gone with a youthful opening partnership. We have in the middle Noah Smith and Ethan Clark, and we wish them all the very best as they take on this Ashbourne attack in this Division 7 clash. It's a sunny day at the moment. I suspect we're going to be overcast later on, but lovely game of cricket to be had. Good afternoon and welcome to all of you who have joined us for the start of this game, and perhaps you might tell the others when they come online that we also welcome them. Noah Smith is going to face the first ball, and Sundeep is going to open the bowling for Ashbourne. Chipped around the corner to square leg, and what a way to start for Noah Smith. Off the mark with a nice handy 4 to square leg. No difficulty at all, nice bit of timing. And 4 from the first ball. Well, I'm sure the thirds would be delighted if they could keep a run rate of 24 and over going through to the end. And second ball, Noah repays the favour as he edges one that went, well, probably the keeper's catch. Slip also going for it. Here it is again. Angled back in at him. Definitely the keeper's, and he spilled it. But that has given the fielders a huge amount of extra step. And this one, mistimed jump almost. And Smith gets away with that one a little bit. Pulled up inside the boundary. And they stop at just the 2. Well, just slightly mistimed his jump, the fielder there. I think it would have got over him anyway. But, well, perhaps an opportunity. Signalled wide. Nothing of the batsman anywhere close to that one. Dart racing by, heading into town, taking all those capitalist consumers to their shops. Nicely angled in at the feet, but kept out well by Smith. This one clips the pads on its way through, and they take 2 leg byes as signalled by the umpire. Umpire late. He arrived at the ground 4 minutes before the start, but he's straight into it. Hasn't even taken his jacket off. Occasion. Noah Smith getting right in line, right behind it. And that ends the first over. Useful bowler. But Smith, having faced all 6 deliveries of that first over, is on 6. Noah Smith and Ethan Clark, 2 of the young guns in the club now. future is bright. How did everybody's Independence Day go? No second there. See, Wales have fallen to another defeat on the rugby union pitch. Lost to Japan, 24-19.
Surprise factor 0.
Well, it's not really a surprise, is it, anymore? Well, the weather forecast said it was going to be windy today, and it certainly is breezy. Oh, might just turn the Dougals down a little bit. Fielder right in front of them.
Question is, just put a wall up for the shade for you after what you said yesterday.
From the wind point of view, even a half one, you know, one that's ready to go up. Nicely driven through the offside. That's a cracking shot. Nicely played by Smith. And he finds the boundary. Baby the bowler. For the result.
Nice bowling, Vipin.
Bounce of the camera.
Another one edged past the keeper. That's 2 chances now. Smith really, well, when luck is with you, what was it Gary Player used to say? The more you practice, the luckier you get. I'm paraphrasing, of course. Certainly not going to do the accents. I don't think any of you want that.
Good bowling.
Ashbourne fielders, of course, first few overs, very keen on their toes. Here is the replay Niall selected from those 6 deliveries. And it's the one that he edges past the keeper and only just past the outstretched gloves of the keeper. So, after 6 coming off that over, Pembroke in a very healthy stage of 15 without loss, and it's the without loss as usual that Pembroke will be looking forward to. No, it's ones that were on it over the winter. Sorry, we're talking about the walls for the gazebo. No, we've taken delivery of a brand new gazebo. And many thanks to our sponsor. Oh no, club bought it. This one chipped up in the air and the wicket falls, just chipped to square leg. It really just on the half volley almost. But it then lifted out and went out to square leg where the simplest of catches was taken. And that is the first wicket. Score 15 for 1. Just the start that Ashbourne were looking for, and unfortunately for him, Smith looking to lift it onto the leg side, but just clipped it, and it went very handily into the hands of the fielder, and a grateful fielder and a grateful Ashbourne. First wicket down then, 15 on the board, 15 for 1. bringing it back into the right-hander.
Oh,
And it went superbly. Nice little clip, but just a bit aerial. Landed very handily. Phil Blackley now in the middle. Phil Blackley, well, nobody practices as hard or as long as he does. Going down leg would be the call of the umpire, one suspects. Wind definitely coming from the southwest today. It's usually the place that brings rain, but non-forecast, just the wind.
it is the traditional Irish forecast. Slight chance of a mild shower. That could be a downpour.
Yeah, I think we might put one wall up just to four pegs and four what I would call cargo straps.
Oh, okay.
Now the cargo strap might work in place of the iron bar. But I'd say therefore clipping, they're actually for to the ground rather than putting the spikes through the feet. That looks like another bag. That's the roof bag. Wicket maiden for Ashbourne. Quickly this game changes. It started with a flurry of boundaries. And then with the demise of Noah Smith. 15 for 1. Now moves on to 16 for 1. As Clark takes the easiest of singles into the offside. Baby back for his second over. 40 over game this. Division 7. Umpire gives it not out. Blackley waiting nicely on that one. Lovely sunshine here now. Breeze keeping the temperature down by a couple of degrees. But still a super day for a game of cricket. And if you're not playing and you're in the area, you might consider dropping down at some stage. Saturday afternoon, the Lions game is over. New Zealand have beaten France. Japan have beaten Wales. And again, lots of chirp amongst the Ashbourne fielders. Looking resplendent in their canary yellow and lime green tops, allied with black trousers. Pembroke, of course, in the traditional black with flashes of red and white text and no numbers. Look at that, brand new. As I say, even if you only hook it on above those metal bits. No, just playing with the new walls for the new gazebo. I'd almost give him a hand, but do you know what? It's so much fun just watching him.
Nice bowling!
Good afternoon to Graham Mooney. He finds himself in Anglesey Road today. That's where Pembroke seconds are playing. They've won the toss in Merion and will have a 1:30 start. So another 15 minutes before they get underway. Seems a bit late. Can't be a league game. 50 over game. 50 over game? Start half one start?
I'm guessing either some big kids game or
Blackley not quite finding the middle of the bat yet, but he's playing himself in. He's very patient.
weather feels unlikely.
Nice bowling, Sandy!
Graham raising an issue that I spoke to Niall about earlier on the live chat. Well, you make up your own minds there. That's why we have pictures.
Good bowling! No single there, Abhishek, come on!
Well judged single taken to the deep fielder, fielding on the ring. These two having the feeling that they're going to want to just regroup a little bit here now. Well waited on, but straight to the fielder on Cyril's way.
Get the feeling we're about to see the sight screen blow away.
I'm kind of looking at the picture and looking at the sight screen and wondering if perhaps I shouldn't go and get the weights from the far end just to put under a wheel. Run taken. Really is a breezy old day today.
Hearing that ball might be more harm than good like that.
Do you think it'd be better off all the way up?
Either Both bird not on.
Well, let's do it up. Excuse me.
On Sandy, it's your time for a wicket now, boy. Come on, Sandy, it's wicket time, Sandy now.
Full wall up now. Hopefully you keep the breeze off me a bit. Although I suspect we're going to need more weights as well. Fired down the leg side, the umpire stretches out his arms, and even the bowler congratulates the keeper on managing to keep that one on the field of play.
Oh. It is a T20.
1:30 start.
Push back half an hour because of the kids' game.
Well, that's what I see Graham down here for the second innings of this game. Depending how well that one in Merrion goes, I suspect.
Is that more comfortable for you in there now?
It is actually,
It is?
yeah, very distinctly less breezy in here now with that wall up. Lucky there as always, looks busy.
Just need to bring the camera back here then for it to be the green screen.
Yes, yes you will, and then you'll get the back of my head.
Nice stop, Sandy. Good stop. Very well, good stop, Sandy. Bowling, Sandy, Raju.
Sandeep Velaga. He's the one who's picked up the first wicket. Noah Smith. Finishes out with 5 dots. And after 7 now, 26 for 1. Just a reminder that the chat on YouTube open to subscribers, and we hope you have liked and subscribed to this channel. It's not just a private chat room for Graham.
Single only, Anjani, good fielding.
Rebuilding continues. Single by single, run by one.
Stop it, easy stop, guys, come on.
Blackley just making his ground in time. Baby in from the nursery end. Beautiful sunshine, under-edged, chopped back to the keeper on the bounce.
Good bowling, VP, good bowling. Single only, Sandy,
Finally
come on.
finds one on his pads, he can knock away,
VP day.
walk through for the single. 33 for 1 then after 8. Good over for Pembroke, 7 coming from it, including that boundary from the second ball.
You come here, Sandy. You do like this. Jimpy, you go there.
British and Irish Lions victorious 21-10 today. More of a test for them today, I suspect. Tour de France gets underway today, and Charles Leclerc was the fastest in free practice 3. Change of bowling at the St John's end as Carr comes on. India have reached 177 for 3 in their second innings and now lead England by 357, and they have 7 wickets remaining. Well, one feels that might be beyond even Bazball, but we'll wait and see. And Blackley shot fielded on the ring. Certainly 3 runs saved there. If you do find yourself inside, Niall, I'd go with the glasses wipe. Oh. Nearly taking the edge of Blackley's bat. Certainly got the keeper a little bit interested. Brilliant, thank you very much. It's a full service situation. And it looks like a double change of bowling will come on as Khan gets through his first. 36 for 1 the score. First over fell in the third over. So good yesterday. We had a number of visitors down in the club on account of Nick Stapleton's wedding on Thursday. Down in the club for day 2 on Friday. But it was great to hear so many people describing how well the ground is looking, how beautiful it is here at Sydney Parade. Very picturesque.
Good intent, good intent.
Bash off the ground at best.
Puff of dust.
Yeah, nothing there. I think even he knew it, to be honest with you now. The way the appeal sort of was. Quick running by Clark means he gets home without concern. 2 more onto the total. Just 1 ball remaining in the first quarter of this first innings. 40 overs aside here today. Yeah, you can. They are using the sight screen. They might shout at you, but as far as we're concerned, you can use the nets. You can certainly use it every second over. Just don't lean on, put bags on, or touch the sight screens.
Use that when you're, like, use the fire when you're on.
Well, it's 4 overs each for the openers. And then a second over for Khan. Hmm? Yes, we did. Because I couldn't get into the bags that you got into today. I knew there were another 2 there.
2 in that bag.
I thought so. It seemed heavier than just 1. We'll take them up
Yeah.
at the close of play.
Just the idea is try and get them 4. Give them a set.
No need to tour it because he's forward it. Boundary crashed on the offside. Phil Blackley. Let's say he's a good man for getting himself in. Big gusts of wind powering their way through Sydney Parade. It's certainly giving our new gazebo a welcome to the world. Oh, Blackley has chipped one up in the air with a leading edge, but he's done so to open acreage, and so gets away with it and picks up a single. There is the view. See the flag on the flagpole. Crowder. And nicely played by Clark. Down to long leg. Pembroke closing in on the team half century. It's been a steady enough start after the little cameo from Noah Smith. "11 overs gone, 46 runs on the board, but just as importantly, no wickets. Just that one loss so far, and it's leaving Pembroke feeling quite good about things now. This game's so relaxed and chilled at the moment that I could quite happily sit here with my feet on a stool with a whiskey in one hand, maybe a pipe in the other.
I'll just say now, I will be putting you on camera when you fall asleep.
Yeah. And Yarnett out walking his four-legged friend.
Whatever.
Remember the old roofs, we always had trouble with the bag and
Oh yeah, I could see some tape went
doing that. So rather than put a big width of tape around it, Amanda tore it in half, and then we just...
We'll see how long it stays.
Yeah, absolutely. Blackley coming down the track on this occasion, maybe a little frustration in him. 28 balls faced. He's on 13. There's plenty of overs to go. But it looked like he was trying to knock the bowler off his length and came down the track for him.
This is for the after the shot.
Came down, hoiked across it, and then, well, danced his way back to his crease. Sees off. Head over, just the one run coming from it. 4 bowlers used so far by Ashbourne. You can see the effect the wind is having on the sight screen.
That's partly why it's a tiny little bit further zoomed out. Less disturbing.
Well, the 12th fielder doing his job, the stumps. When you hit it straight, you hit it straight. Ashbourne giving the sense that they feel that there's a wicket just around the corner for them here. Plenty of chitter chatter. For some reason, energy levels have certainly picked up on the Ashbourne side. This time he manages to find room on the leg side in which to purloin a single.
It's half pond.
Yep.
Wait for drinks.
Very good areas. The call from the fielder to the bowler. The over is completed, 13 gone. Score has moved on to 49 for 1. Khan's third over. Just the 2 singles from it. Again, the fielders very deep, on the ring, single taken to them, and 50 up for Pembroke, and the first 50 has come up in 60, 78, 79 deliveries. No, it can't be, that's nowhere near. Under edge, through to the keeper. Thomas keeping it very tight, just 4 runs coming from his 2.2 overs.
Stop, Joby! Good stop there, Joby!
Just dropped down to third. There is a fielder down there. Uses the long barrier. Makes sure of the stop. They do take another single. one just stayed a little low, through to the keeper. Scotland beat the New Zealand Maori. Just about. 29-26. Well, just under 6 overs to go till we reach drinks now. Single taken by agreement there. Chinju, can you say, can I say what? Oh, another one, a little bit aerial, offering some hope to the fielder, well, more to the bowler than anybody else. Certainly not to the fielders close to the ball. They didn't think it was a catch. And they pick up another to add to the total. Well, they must be underway in Merion now. Tulane Cup T20 to be had. Could see appearing in the top left of your screen in a few minutes. Oh, nicely fielded. Got enough on it. May not have been clean, but he took the momentum out of it. And walking across the top of your screen, able to, well, walking from left to right, it's Charlie. And walking the other way, it looks like the Arnott's. Talking of Arnott's, we picked up some very nice chocolate biscuits from Arnott's Chocolate Biscuits from the Nick Stapleton fan club yesterday. Great to meet them, great to have them down here in Sydney Parade. They've watched so many of our broadcasts, they finally have made the pilgrimage. As Blackley again goes a little bit aerial for a single. A bit more intent about it there. And that sees out 15 overs. The score has moved on to Hines for 1. John Thomas to continue from the nursery end. This will be his 4th over.
It's a test if you know how to put me on camera if I fall asleep.
It's just that sort of game at the moment, isn't it? Just meandering. Bowler was the last to appeal. That will give you some idea that that was not out. Practicing the vocal cords anyway. Blackley gets a loose one and deals with it superbly well. Afternoon, Mr. McCarthy. How are you today?
A lot of appeals going on out there today, huh?
Not a huge amount. I mean, an appeal seems to be more recognition that you've hit somebody on the pad than a...
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I disagree with that. You're looking comfortable there, Craig, in your chair anyway. At least you're out of the sun.
Yeah. It's staying out of the wind is the trick today, Steve.
I was in it all morning.
I'd say, what you go round in? And don't say a buggy.
What did I go round in today?
Yeah.
I could lie.
Yeah, you could. You could lie and
Tell the truth.
and none of us would know any different.
Lead it up at 5 to 8. Gone like a dream, and then I fell off the cliff.
Oh, well, Steve's describing his round of golf. Falling off a cliff is what just happened to Phil Blackley. That one careering into the stumps, and Thomas picks up his first wicket. And Blackley departs. Score 61 for 2. Oh, just coming back inside that bat. Partnership of 46, and that wicket falling at 15.4. $61 for 2, and just 4 and a bit overs to go through to drinks, and you have to feel that this pair now will have to make sure that Pembroke don't lose any further wickets between now and that drinks break. Oh, okay. I usually write down the number on the sheet.
When I tell you, you were over there. So.
Yep. No, that's what it's there for. I also do a roll call of who's here, who's not who's done what or anything, but who's here today, and it's you and me. Me and you, you and me, lots and lots for us to see. Noel having trouble hearing us. I hope you're not. So Pembroke in a little bit of trouble here. Be interested to see how they get out of it as well. Pembroke seconds, 33 for 2 off 6. Tashi Singh Sen is the new batsman. 4 for his first delivery. Similar to Noah Smith earlier on. What? He's been given out LBW, and another wicket has fallen. 65 for 3. 15.6. 57 for 1 has become 65 for 3.
Oh, whoa.
Come on, Shoaib, your turn, boys, come on.
2 wickets in the over for Ashbourne, and they really are getting in amongst them now. Pembroke. with the opener Ethan Clark now joined by his captain. Four overs to drinks. Pembroke really can't afford to be losing another wicket between now and then. Khan back on for his fifth. Starts well.
Yeah, I'm not brave enough to angle this any better.
No, if I want to look at that, I stand up.
Did you see what I said there, yeah?
Yeah. So this will bring the skipper onto strike. Sahil captain of the fourth for a couple of years, moved up now, captain of the thirds. Nicely played down the ground. Thought of a single, but it wasn't to be. And you can sense the enthusiasm amongst the Ashbourne players now. My goodness, they are revved up. Well, when the bowler didn't get hold of it, Sahil decided there was a single, and when the second fielder didn't stop it, he was right. 69 for 3 after 17, and we say a very good afternoon to James Cresswell. Giggity. Ethan Clark going along very nicely, just quietly and efficiently getting on with his job. 28 from 41, as he's seen wickets fall around him. He's just continued to do his job. I'm surprised that gazebo's still there with the lid on. It should also be dropped down as far as possible.
Alright, it's because it's very tucked in. So if it's going to be left out, it should be getting bolted to the wall or something.
Thomas now, 2 wickets for 13 runs in 4.5 overs. He'll be jubilant, buoyant. Fuller length. Sale plays away. Gets off strike. Run rate not bad. Just about 4 and over at the moment. It's not the concern for Pembroke really. It is the number of wickets that have fallen. 3 have been and gone.
Nothing else happens.
Come from the middle of the bat in this over ball. Come on.
Fielder dives for it, but he dives over it. Touched London Bridges. His teammates, his bowler will be disappointed, but it ends the over well for Pembroke. 4 to the skipper, and the score moves on to 75 for 3 off 18, and 6 runs coming from that over. Yeah. Yeah, no, it was. Yeah. Disappointing. And it looks like with 2 overs to go now, before drinks, Khan being given a rest after his 5th at the St John's end, and bowler number 5 will be entering the fray. Well, we've seen Thomas at one end and now John at the other end. Well, you're on a replay there, Niall. Played down to the railway line. Three for Clark, he moves into the 30s, 32 not out. Going well for the young lad. One of the undoubted, one of the underrated talents in the club. Taken off the edge of the bat, flies down to, well, where first slip on the boundary would be. But another single taken. That, sir, is not out. Again, crushed through the offside, and the applause before it even reaches the boundary shows you the power it was hit with. Teammates appreciated that. Super shot that from Clark. Sensed the width. And took advantage. Cracking 4 through the offside, and 4 runs that gratefully accepted by Pembroke third 11 having trouble putting good totals onto the board. So much talent in their lineup, but just not always working out for them. Another single taken to end the over, and with 1 over to go before drinks now, the score has moved on to 84 for 3, and going well for both teams. Just 3 balls to go until drinks, when we will take a short break, but we've now put up a, well, that seems to work. The dot ball, Clark won't mind about that now. His sights will be firmly on the drinks break in 2 balls time. He will reach the drinks break safely at the non-striker's end, and he leaves his skipper to face the last delivery of the pre-drinks session. They finish it with a single taken. The skipper will retain the strike for the first over after drinks, and the players will go to the sidelines for a well-deserved, I don't know, bowl of soup, cup of tea. And we'll leave you with the noise of the commuter train heading down to Rosslare Europort. Whew. He's done his accelerating now. That will see him out as far as Dalkey, I'm sure. But we'll be back with you in just a few minutes. I remember the days when a drinks break gave you plenty of time to do everything you needed to. Not the case anymore. So 90 for 3 as we get the second half of the first innings underway. Many thanks, of course, to Nick Blackley. He is our live scorer today. Thank you, Nick. He provides us with the graphics, the information for the graphics and score bar and batting cards, bowling lineups, partnerships. The worm is all because of the good man that is Nick Blackley. He's down there, on the top right of your screen, really, hidden away behind that bush. "21 overs gone, 90 for 3. These two together, 5 overs now. Put 25 on the score in that time. Starting to feel good about things. Afternoon, sir. Bowlers 5 and 6 currently on for Ashbourne in these middle overs. Nicely played out on the offside. Clark continuing the way he started. It's the rock on which the house of this innings shall be built. So far it's been a pretty solid rock as well. Nicely cut away behind point. 2 fielders between them, managed to keep it inside the rope. "56 for 4. Pembroke seconds find themselves today after 12 overs. Oh, one fielder confusing the other, and it allows them to get through for another single. Loads of games being live scored out there today. Certainly seems to be the way forward. Certainly easier than the old paper scoring. And does give the advantage of broadcasting your news to the rest of the world. Opening bowler back on now. This will be his 5th. Skipper looking for him to break this partnership. They've put on 30 now. Ethan Clark starting to pick off the gaps. Letting him continue with his accumulation of runs into the 40s now. Five-four field for Villaga. And he doesn't need any of them as he gets one to go through the defences of the skipper, and he departs for 11, and that is the 4th wicket to fall with the score on 96. Good partnership there, but Sahil would have wanted that to go on a bit longer. So the 4th wicket falls, as I say. The score 96 for 4. And that's the skipper. But a stand of 31 between those two. And they were in until the 22nd.4. Well, it was angled back in and then cut away a little bit and got it past the edge of the bat. And that is the end of the skipper. And Pembroke thirds now. Well, they're on the edge. It all depends which side it falls. Do they power on from here? Jordan Kelly is the new batsman. Another partner for Ethan Clark. His 5th partner today.
Still wobbly. Is it less wobbly?
Yeah.
It doesn't say.
No, it's less wobbly. Kelly off the mark quickly. Century to his name this year. Kelly making his end quite handily. Another wicket passed. 98 for 4 then at the end of 23. Clark having faced 10 of those 23 overs. He's on 44. And Jordan Kelly just joining him now. 1 from 1. Well, the skipper brought back the opener to get a wicket. Get a wicket he did. Bonham now from the nursery end into his 3rd over. Well, Ethan Clark reaches his half century with the most aggressive shot of his innings to date. Good man, Ethan. One down to the camera as well. Fair play. Super knock. And he really has been, as I said earlier, the foundation on which Pembroke's innings depends at the moment. This time he took him on and put him over to the clubhouse for a maximum that took him from 44 to 50. And it's 50 coming in. 62 balls. Well, when we talk about the youth players and making their mark, scoring their runs, sheer pressure of runs will surely give the selectors something to think about. Jordan Kelly, slightly off balance there, one felt. Many congratulations, of course, to Louise McCarthy on her engagement. Steve McCarthy sitting on the benches just next to the media centre, down after his round of golf earlier on. Jordan Kelly now, just tidying himself up a bit. As the two batsmen share a word. 24 overs gone then, 106 for 4 on the board. And the highlight thus far, well, probably from a Pembroke point of view, Ethan Clark's 6 over extra cover to bring up his half century. You're moving it a long way, sir. He took a wicket in his previous, the 5th for him, now into his 6th. 2 for 15. He has 2, Thomas has 2. Another one slides across the batsman, nothing held, so one more onto the total, welcomed by Pembroke. They're looking at about 176 at the moment as a finishing score. Kelly flirting with that one. Or Clark flirting with that one. Charlie, good afternoon to you and Luna. How are you? And it is with some delight that I say, welcome another maximum, this time to Kelly. It's the sort of batsman he is, but a great time also to welcome, that's gone up a long way, isn't it? And what I can, welcome to the box, Charlie. How are you?
Good afternoon. Great time to join the commentary. Lovely shot from Kelly. He went top shelf on that one. You could kind of see in his in where his head ended up, you know what, in golf, they'd say he finished high. He finished high. He knew what he wanted, and he got it, which is always a nice feeling. Good afternoon, everybody. Hello from a kind of windy, kind of cloudy, moving cloud, mottled sky afternoon here at Sydney Parade. I would say cloudy with some sunny spells. There's been some sun, which is always nice. The bar is open.
All the good news, really.
Yeah. So far, Pembroke 115 for 4. Ethan Clark, one of the opening batters, on 52 off 67. Good solid performance from this young man, as we've come to expect from this young man.
Well, it certainly his MO, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Joined out by his, I guess, his fifth partner now, Jordan Kelly. Some great bowling today from Ashbourne.
They've done very well. They've kept Pembroke. Pembroke have never got away with anything.
Yeah, kept them constrained.
And the wickets have fallen at the right time for that as well.
Yeah, but you got to imagine. Here we go. The start of this next over. That's driven just to the leg side, blocked for no run. You got to imagine whatever structure Pembroke will build from this innings will be built on the foundation that Clark builds here as he drives again to the leg side for no run. That 52 off 68 is providing the platform for this team. Now, you want to maintain that foundation kind of going up to that 32nd over, and then they want to see how high they can go.
Well, that's it entirely. He's got a good partner out there with him in Jordan Kelly. And Jordan very much relies on his eye-hand coordination. But as we saw from the 6 he hit, when he does hit it, it stays hit.
It stays hit. 3 good deliveries so far this over from John. ... Here comes John's 4th. That one's driven to the leg side, straight to point. It's through the hands of point, so they're going to take that run. Bit of untidy fielding.
An error chalked down to number 23.
Yeah. E6, we would call it in our baseball score. Well, 6 would be shortstop, so maybe not that. E4 or E3, that'd be first base. Kelly tries to go biggish, but just catches the edge of it. It falls into the dirt harmlessly. So ... 1. When we're waiting for the score to kind of catch up with that one. Maybe they call that, I don't know what, that's not a fielding error. Here comes John's 6th. That one's in on the legs, called wide down the leg side. So we'll get a little bit of free cricket in this over. One more ball for Kelly. Now, Kelly's facing that short boundary over by the pavilion, so maybe he'll try to eye it up if he gets the right ball. John steps in and deals his spin. Kelly waits, takes a big swipe at it. It's on the ground. It's straight to the fielder over by the pavilion and through his hands, and it looks like that's gone for 4. Another fielding miscue allows, so basically all 5, not 5 runs, all 4, there's 6 runs in here, 1 from an over, 1 from a wide, and then there were 5 runs off the bat. I don't know why we're not seeing it in the score, but fielding errors, unfortunately, costing Ashbourne in this over. Well bowled by John overall.
It was good. I think. Yep. There we go.
Wasn't able to.
There's just a glitch in the live scoring. I'm sure Nick Blackley will be all over that.
Yeah, we're grateful as always to the live scorers to be able to bring you a robust and informative level of commentary. We rely on their volunteer work and are very grateful for it.
120 for 4 then, or 121 for 4, as we reckon it is, Charlie. After 26 overs, and it looks like there could be another change of bowling. Or perhaps the opener is going to bowl through at this early stage. Desperately looking to get rid of Clark. He's on 52 from 70. Make that 53.
Yeah, Clark picks that up off his pads, pulls it away to the leg side for just 1 run.
Sammy the Seagull visiting the Media Centre.
It's good to see Sammy respecting the boundary rope, setting a good precedent for all animals who happen to come down. You're very welcome. Just stay outside the field of play. Khan's first delivery went for a single. Here comes his second. He steams in and delivers. Swung on by Kelly. Big swing and a miss. That goes through the keeper's hands. That's going to go. It's going to the rope, but the fielder cuts it off. It's just going to be the 1. A little bit of a misfield there for Ashbourne. Allows another run for Pembroke that they wouldn't have had otherwise.
And that's part of the secret of building a good score, is taking the runs that are offered free of charge. No danger, no concern.
That brings Clark back on strike. He waits. Drives that to the leg side. It's through the inner ring. Picked up by the deep fielder. That'll be another single for Clark. Brick by brick. Bird by bird. You know that book? Very famous. I'm forgetting the author's name. Bird by bird. It's about the creative process and taking on big projects. You count them bird by bird. The way a birder. You have your book. I saw this warbler, this hen, fourth delivery. Big swing of the bat from Kelly, just blocked away. Anyway, we're mixing our metaphors. We started with a foundation and a building. We're going to stick with that. Brick by brick for Clark. 54 off 72. Kelly, 12 off 10. So you can see who's going to be the foundation builder and who's going to raise the steel to the sky. In comes Khan for his fifth delivery. That trends down leg side, swung on by Kelly and a miss, but it's kept by the keeper there.
Just tried to flick that with his wrists. Made no contact.
So I was chatting with some people along the wall, talking to people about their kind of gratitude for the commentary. And you know what? I'll hold that story until we finish this delivery. Khan steams in. This is his sixth. Swung on by Kelly. Big high finish. That's going. That's gone.
That was a six in pretty much any ground in Ireland.
Yeah, I can't see exactly where it landed, if it was over the nets or on the nets. Here's the beautiful replay.
Certainly over.
Here's the delivery. Kelly steps forward, finishes high, and that ball just goes. Goodbye, Mr. Duke. Way over the net, you can see from that camera view. So Kelly ends the over with some serious fireworks and actually reinforces the point I was making earlier, that if Clark's going to be the foundation, Kelly's going to be the crane. Pembroke 129 for 4 after 27. So I was talking to somebody along the wall. We were talking about commentary, and people, are appreciative of it. And I was talking radio commentary.
Yep.
Which I do that because, one, when I watch and listen, I tend to do other things, right? I'm doing the dishes, I'm cutting the lawn. And I have a love for radio baseball commentary and radio cricket commentary. So my favorite cricket commentator is the Australian Jim Maxwell. And I love his radio calls on
ABC.
Yeah, love it. And also, too, given my kind of awareness of the game, it's easier for me to describe what I see than actually give any insightful analysis. That's down leg side. That's past a diving keeper, and that's going to go away for 5 wide. So some of the misfields continue here for Ashbourne. Unfortunately, they were quite tidy in their fielding. Some good throwing arms out there. Quite tidy in their bowling earlier. We're starting to see things wobble a little bit. Maybe some frustration settling in. Maybe they can square it away. Oh, yeah, we'd love to hear from people. Do you like a radio style or a TV style commentary? That next delivery is outside. Clark takes a whiff at it. Doesn't connect.
James Cresswell contacting us from his family holiday down in West Cork.
Oh, yeah. Maybe you're at a holiday. Maybe you're at a wedding.
And that's it. That's the end of Ethan Clark. Ethan Clark departs. Score on 134 for 5 now. And that's been a fine innings by Ethan Clark.
Yeah, great performance from Clark. But unfortunately, that foundation has capped off, and that'll be the end of his day. When we get a replay of this delivery, you'll see it kind of spun away from him. You see him rock back on his back leg and try to cut it away. But unfortunately, the spin and the bounce caught the top edge and was straight into the keeper's hands, and he's caught behind.
Well. 134 for 5 now. Pembroke heading into the last 13 overs. And this is how...
Here we see the replay.
Just too close to the body, try to cut it away. And on this occasion, it went through to the keeper.
Tried to give himself room. It's another one. Some much needed room, and that'll be the last time I say it. And then, but wasn't able to do it.
Got to bring the cards.
Which cards?
Black card, yellow card, red card.
All right.
Sure, I might add a few more.
For commentary cliches, yeah.
A cliche corner.
There is a well-known American, I guess it must have been a social media handle or was a website at one point, a blog called Awful Announcing that would, provide media criticism of various announcers. So after the wicket, John continues. That first delivery is pulled away to the leg side. It's past the inner ring. It's being pursued. Will they go for 2? Yes. They're coming back. Kelly's running, puts the bat down, and he makes it relatively safely. So a good bat on ball from Naveen Malapatil for his first runs of the day.
Useful all-rounder, Naveen. He was player of the season the previous 2 years for the 4th 11, and now getting his chance on the 3rd 11.
Well-deserved chance. He's very proud of his success at Pembroke, and Pembroke is very proud of his success. We're happy to have him here. That's a faster delivery, straight towards the stumps. Malapatil protects himself, drives it just right back to the bowler. So we hear the dart go by. I was on that train yesterday. Big swing and a miss from Malapatil, but it's through the keeper and it won't be an extra run. Took the new Enterprise service up to Belfast yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Lovely service. 2 hours. Right to the new Grand Central Station in Belfast. Had a lovely meal. Lovely tour of Belfast. Informative. Historical. And came right back. Lovely day trip.
Worth doing. It's absolutely amazing history, Belfast. Even beyond the Troubles themselves. Before then, and
now I didn't take in any of the sites that maybe would be better known, like the Titanic Museum or some of the other kind of sites to see. I was there for just some kind of more recent history, which I thought was well presented and informative and worth a trip.
Good.
To anyone who's curious, says Sammy the Seagull. Has a little chat with the bowler.
He's now on the field.
He's crossed the boundary. Come on now, Sammy. We talked about this. That'll bring back Khan in his 6th over. Been pretty tidy, just 31 off it, so a little bit over 5, his economy, which I tend to really pay attention to, because in baseball, the key stat for pitchers is earned run average.
Yep.
And, obviously wickets are important, very important. Anyway, Constein's in for his first. That's cut away, soft hands by Kelly just for 1 run.
You get the feeling Kelly is now the senior batsman, and Naveen's job really is to sort of give Jordan as much of the strike as he can. He's been out there for a little while. He's seen the bowling.
Yeah, given the brevity of most of the partnerships we've seen today, each one has had to kind of reset. And now, unfortunately, with the loss of Clark, unfortunately for Pembroke, they're going to have to rethink everything here. And we'll see how Kelly performs in that senior role, although Malapatil can very easily score his runs as well. The next delivery from Khan is on the stumps and blocked away for no run. Good encouragement from the field from Ashbourne. A lot of passion out there on the field today, which I always like to see. I've played in a game at Ashbourne once, a T20. They played music between overs. I loved it. Next delivery, big swing of the bat. That's through the inner fielder. Outer fielder will get there, but it's off his hands, but it won't cost him much. It's still just a single.
But serious intent from Naveen there. He was definitely looking for a boundary, wasn't he?
Yep.
He was looking for the big one.
He had a ball he could handle, but the inner fielder was able to... that deeper fielder was able to get his hands on it and save the run. But I do love to see the passion here from the Ashbourne team, really supporting their bowlers after every wicket. I think it's great to see. Khan's next on the stumps. Big swing from Kelly. Doesn't get airborne, but it goes straight here to long off? Long on, sorry. But I once called it deep mid-on, which is not right.
There's not much of a difference between deep mid-on and it's kind of like the difference between a fast medium bowler and a medium fast bowler. That was always one. It's which one comes first is the descriptive one.
I've seen you see a bowler that's medium slow, medium fast, medium.
Yep.
I describe my bowling as slow.
You and me both.
Yeah. Well, but there was a point in your career where you weren't.
Yeah.
That's my starting point. Here comes Khan, who's definitely not slow. Big swing from Naveen, but it's through the hands of mid-off. Unfortunately, that goes to the boundary. The fielder was in position. He was square. He had his knees bent, but it just went through the fingers, and we've all been there.
It burst through the hands. You'll see here on the replay. The intent is there. He's looking for a bigger shot. He's not really balanced. You can see the way his body is falling as he hits that shot, but the fielder, well, he'll be disappointed. He'll feel that he should have done better.
Yeah. A burst through the hands is a good description. Anyone who's ever been in that position for that kind of flat catch has experienced that hand burster.
Yeah. just breaking the seal at the back of the hands.
We all remember that classic 1979 Ridley Scott film Alien with the chest burster. God, what a scene. We could talk about that later, but my goodness, yeah, that was kind of similar. Just burst right through the hands, and that's 4 runs, and a lease on life for Mallet Patil, who could very easily have been caught there. That brings Kelly back on strike against John. First deliveries cut away back to point for no run. I saw a great documentary about the making of Alien. Fascinating. How they made those special effects back in the time, pre-digital era. Space truckers, horror movie in space, no one can hear you scream.
Well, they do come up with some.
John's second is very dancing close on that thin blue line, but no wide call from our friends from the LCUSA, who we're glad to see here as always. We appreciate their presence and independence and perspective. John, 2 dots so far. Good start. Faster delivery, but Kelly's onto it. It's short. He pulls it away, and that's going. That's going to go for 4 on that deep boundary down on the railway side.
You see on that ball, yes, the bowler was trying to put it through quicker, but what ended up happening was once it pitches, it just sat up. It lost all its momentum, forward momentum, in going upwards, and just sat there ready for Kelly to hit it, and he was onto it very quickly.
Yeah, Kelly saw it all the way. He was onto it, and that pirouette on his back right heel, wasn't perfect. He wasn't straight up and down from an ice skating perspective, but he got the job done. More runs to Pembroke as they're approaching that 150 mark. Here comes the next delivery. Faster into, again, a shorter delivery, faster delivery, but this one, it stays outside and zips through.
Yep. That one zipped through. The other one, previous ball, was a bit shorter, and as I say, just sat up for Kelly.
Yeah, the vagaries of the bounce in this grass wicket. The next delivery also fast, so John seems to think he wants to take Kelly on, and there's less loft and more intent to attack the wicket. ... for John so far. So just the one errant delivery was punished. Here comes his 6th. That one's a big swing from Kelly. That's going to go straight to the short boundary over by the pavilion, right by his applauding teammates. So 2 boundaries, and Pembroke make their 150. 151 for 5 after 30 overs. So we talked about that foundation earlier that Clark built brick by brick. We talked about the brevity of some of the partnerships, and we talked about what are Kelly and Mallet Patil going to be able to do. And now we're seeing Kelly very comfortably taking on that senior role. 2 big 6s we've seen, 2 big 4s in this over so far. So we'll see how this evolves coming into the final 10 overs as Pembroke have built their foundation, how high they can go, and what role Mallet Patil and Kelly want to play here going forward.
That is... The overs on the screen is 1 ball out. I don't know what's happened with the live scoring side of it, but it's just 1 ball out, and that's why you keep thinking that it doesn't click over.
Oh, we're through 30.
Yeah, we are indeed.
Could have been.
No, I think I know when it happened.
Yeah, I think it happened 2 overs ago. First delivery from Khan is at the stumps, blocked away by Mallet Patil. Good start to this over for him. This is 40 overs or 50 overs today? 40 overs. So Khan into his final over here. This will be the conclusion of his spell. You can imagine he's going to want to make an impact in his final opportunity. He starts his run-up, a zippy run-up, big delivery, a slower delivery that caught on the full by Mallet Patil.
Umpire signals dead ball because the bail blew off as the bowler was running in. But he didn't call dead ball until it had been struck.
Until it had been struck. Well, it can be hard to maybe notice that bail falling off.
Yep. But you see the way the 30 overs has clicked over now, but it's actually 30.1.
30.1. But who's counting? Apparently somebody is.
Somebody had better be.
Khan comes in for his second. That's cut away with soft hands by Mallet Patil straight to pointish gully for no run. What would you call that?
Pointish gully's fine.
Pointish gully, yeah, between point and gully.
Everyone knows where you mean.
Yeah, down there and that kind of.
And it's a better description than over there.
Yeah. Any specificity is helpful. Mallet Patil waits. Khan's 3rd delivery. That one's pulled over to the to the leg side for just 1. Kind of smacked. A nice kind of smacking sound off the bat there.
Yeah, because of the way the field is set on the leg side, 1, 2, 3, 4 men back on the boundary on the leg side, it does mean the bowler really should be bowling on the offside, and the batsman can pick up 1s and 2s just by dropping it inside the ring.
Yeah, 1s and 2s are possible, but you think that maybe that may not be playing to the strength of Kelly's game. There's a big cut there, but it kind of hits him in the chest, and he's able to get his bat back down. What appeal that was, I don't know. It was nowhere near the stumps, didn't hit his bat, and wasn't caught. Here is the next from Khan. That's outside. That's struck by Kelly. We can't quite see from our angle, but a bit of frustration from the bowler. He throws his hands up.
And so does the umpire.
So does the umpire. That's a 6 for Kelly. Unfortunately, we're not able to see that from our broadcast booth, but here we see the replay. Khan steams in. Kelly takes a big cut.
It's the width.
With on offer.
Yeah.
You have that on your bingo card. You see the umpire signal touchdown. 7 off this over so far. Here comes Khan for his final delivery of the day. That's driven by Kelly for just 1. Good over for Pembroke, 8 off it, and they'll say goodbye to Khan, who ends his day giving up 46 runs off his 8 overs for no wickets. At the end of 31, Pembroke 159 for 5. So you got to imagine at this point, after the foundation that Clark built with some solid contributions from his partners, you know, in the teens in general, those scorers, it's going to be here. If Pembroke are going to kick onto a big total, it's going to be these two.
Yeah, I'm not sure who else is.
Yeah, we don't know who else is waiting to come in.
Who else
not
is
that
in
there
the
aren't
shed?
not that there aren't bats available.
Azizi, Nawaz, Rian, and Keegan Ship. So there's people all over the place.
Yeah, but you're seeing Kelly being able to do some damage. So you think as long as he's there, the threat will be around. That brings back John. His first delivery is hit in the air, and that's going to go away. We're waiting for the signal. That's a 6. So John's first delivery is outside with on offer. Kelly steps into it, extends his arms, and gets that 6 over to the short boundary over by the pavilion. You see the replay here. Big shot, high finish, that golf finish up in the air. Doesn't need much to clear that rope over there on the short boundary over by the chapel, but he had it. And that's a good start to the over for Pembroke. Kelly now 41 off 24.
Naveen doing a very good job at the non-striker's end. Just say the word now, I'll be out there.
Next delivery is short and down the leg side. Kelly takes a big wave at it, but doesn't make contact for just a dot. His eyes lit up for that one. He wanted that one.
There's intent there, isn't there?
Sure, there's intent. There's adrenaline. The sap is rising. Kelly awaits the third delivery. He bunts that away to the offside for no run. Yeah, slow it down.
Yeah, you're feeling there's moisture in the air.
Another
this
big-
could be trouble for Kelly. I think he's going to get away with it. And he does, and he picks up another boundary. My goodness, he went aerial a long time there.
Yeah, he lofts that one. Maybe a bit of wind involved here as the ball went high and kind of swept from left to right across your YouTube screen and carried it to safety, and then it bounced and rolled over. So just a 4, but a very aerial 4. As about as aerial a 4 as you'll see to a boundary that short.
Yes, indeed. It was, and it went nowhere near where he meant it to go. He was looking down at Takon's nook. He was looking to pull it over to the leg side, but he managed to get underneath it, and the amount of spin on it was something else as well. Even if the fielder had been in the area, he'd have done very well to take
Either way,
that.
still 4 in the scorebook. 6.4 from this over so far for John. Here comes from his 5th delivery. Another swing from Kelly. Another, really spins off the face of the bat. Very interesting wheels within wheels, game within game. Kelly here against John. The last over, John was really zipping it in that lower flatter delivery. And there's another one right towards the stumps. Kelly just pushes it away to the offside and gets a single. And that'll bring him back on strike at the start of the next over. As we see Sammy Seagull just kind of strutting around. Very graceful.
Well, John, yeah, he had those balls that he was firing in at Kelly's feet at the stumps. But he went for 8 the previous over, 11 this over. So, you know, as much as he may have won the occasional little war of a delivery, overall you'd say that Kelly was ahead
Yeah, if you look at the trend line of the last 2 overs of John versus Kelly, Kelly's had the better of it, but we'll see how that works out next time. Either way, Kelly with that single brings himself back on strike, and we have a change in bowling because Mr. Khan is now bowled out. So that'll bring up Mr. Villaga.
Villaga was the opening bowler. As you can see, 2 for 24 from his first 6.
Gives some pace to Kelly, who drives it away. Again, another fielding mishap in the deep, but they don't. Pembroke do not take advantage. They hold themselves to 1. Ashbourne bowlers might be getting frustrated now. This is becoming a bit of a pattern for them, and they don't want that. They have fielded better in this game and have bowled better in this game, and they want to get back to where they were.
8 overs to go now. Jordan Kelly could be just the man that Pembroke need out there. Naveen does well, does his job, gets off strike. Another misfield.
Yeah, not a costly misfield, but like a little bit of butterfingers going on out there.
Carelessness. It is a carelessness. Whether they're looking up to see where they're going to throw it before they've gathered it.
Yeah, but you can see that happen when you get into the later overs of a defensive innings. You start to get a little bit tired. Maybe you're not as switched on as you used to be. Ashbourne will want to tighten that up. The next delivery is fast and on the stumps, but it's clipped away by Kelly. That's going to go, and that's gone to the boundary, and that'll bring up his 50. 51 off 31 for Kelly, the second half centurion of the day for Pembroke. So we talked about the foundation that Clark built, you know, brick by brick. I believe he was 52 off 70 odd. Kelly now 51 off 31, getting to the same total in, 2/3 the number of deliveries. So, yep, foundation built by Clark, the height from Kelly, another big swing, pops it up in front of himself for no run.
Well, Jordan Kelly is doing exactly what his side would want, coming in this middle order, providing some quick runs. The scoring rate has gone up over 5, nearly 5.5 now, and most of that is on the back of Jordan Kelly.
Kelly taps his bat and waits. In on the legs, clipped away.
It's also important to say that Kelly wouldn't have had this freedom unless Ethan Clark had provided that solidity at the start.
Very true, and credit to Kelly here, which is that he's not trying to do more. He's not trying to hit a big hit off the ball where it's not there.
Yep.
He is being smart and clipping those away for singles when he needs to. That brings on Malapatil, who just blocks that one away. Good delivery, trending in towards that off stump.
No
But
ball
called a no
signaled.
ball, unfortunately. Yeah, may have overstepped. Now, when you're umpiring, you call a no ball. Do you have an open hand or a fist? Are you Miyagi-Do karate or are you Cobra Kai?
I'm there.
Okay, there. So kind of a little claw there for people who can't see. That one's also blocked away by Malapatil. You know, that's what's happening behind the scenes of the 1986 classic Karate Kid. You know, you think about the famous Cobra Kai. Famously, their iconography was that closed fist, but anybody who knows the basics of the Japanese language understands that karate itself means open hand. So John Kreese had it wrong. As we see the worm, which has nothing to do with the Karate Kid.
Not even a wipe-on, wipe-off moment.
No. Yeah, the escalation there. Maybe a bit of a crane kick we could connect there. But Miyagi-Do karate and what was taught to Daniel-san was very much in the tradition, you know, of the martial art, the open hand. How we got there from a simple no-ball call, I'll never know. Kelly waits, 52 off 33. He's now facing Thomas, who's got 2 wickets after giving up 19 runs. So a good rate, good number of wickets for him. He kind of has that zigzaggy delivery. First delivery's on the stumps. That's blocked away by Kelly, but he's going to be able to advance for 1 run. Nobody home at the covers, so he's able to, just with a bunt to the bat, get a quick run. And that's what you were saying before, Craig, about all these deep fielders are leaving singles available here for Pembroke.
How many are allowed outside the ring? There's 4 inside the ring. I suppose that's right, 5 outside the ring.
We trust our friends in blue to let us know. That's on the legs, clipped away by Malapatil, but just straight behind him for no run. Sammy Seagull enjoying the day. We know Sammy, we know that red mark on his beak. Looks like he's been in a fight.
Back to the action now. 180 on the board for Pembroke. Oh, Naveen, well, sometimes we talk about textbook shots. That was more blotting a copybook than anything else.
Yeah, it was a good delivery and not the right shot to play against it. And Naveen lives to bat another day, but that was darn close. 3rd and a half stump there. Here comes Thomas, his next delivery. Slower ball in the same place. It's popped away by Naveen, bunted away to the offside for just 1 run. That'll bring Kelly back on. The big hitter, 53 off 34.
He's certainly enjoying his day at the moment. As you say, that half century to his name. Heading off to live in Australia soon.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Fantastic.
Red hair, pale skin, from Africa, and now he's decided that enough of this living under a cloud, off to Australia.
And unfortunately, Australia's gain is Pembroke's lost. We'll miss Jordan. His presence, his personality, and of course his cricketing skill. But there will be some lucky club in Australia.
I hope
will
so.
acquire a new player, we hope.
I hope so. I hope he continues.
Don't
to-
hide your light
to
under
play.
a bushel sun. Let it shine on. Thomas comes in for his 5th. That's trending down the leg. It's cut away by Kelly for just a single behind him. Brings Malapatil back on strike. Thomas being stingier than the bowlers he replaced. 1 and a wide, .1 dot from his 5 deliveries. Malapatil will face his final delivery of this over.
It's been a good over for Ashbourne, this close to the finish.
That was driven away to the offside. Deep fielders there, just going to be 1 run. So better over from Ashbourne when those openers have come back. And Kelly took advantage of those change bowlers. As Kelly and Malapatil have a little chat in the middle. 34 overs gone. Pembroke 183 for 5. 6 overs to go. They're going to be chatting about what they want to be doing here.
Partnership of 39 so far. Going well for them. Going well for Pembroke.
Now, Jay Kelly is reminding me of Buffalo Bills quarterback Jim Kelly. Some say certainly in the list of top 5 NFL quarterbacks to never win a Super Bowl, up there with Dan Marino.
Oh, I felt so sorry for him. 4 in a row, reaching the final and losing. Best team in the AFC. And they just couldn't get it done over the line, and they were so unfortunate in a couple of those Super Bowls. They were blown away in one, I think.
Yeah. Some legendary players, some great.
Oh, weren't they just? Lovely shot from Kelly. And again, you see everything is his wrists.
Very
That's where
risky.
his strength is. This is service. Thank you so much, Max.
Speaking of Jay Kelly, he taps his bat and waits for Velaga's 3rd delivery. That's
Oh, he's
another
gone
big
big
swing.
again.
He's gone aerial. Fielders running towards it, but unfortunately it's gone. It's over the rope. And speaking of the Buffalo Bills, the umpire signals touchdown, and that's another 6 to Pembroke's total. Kelly sized it up. He knew what he wanted to do and did what he's done 3 or 4 times already in his innings.
And went deep. And the whole of that conversation could have been on an American football field as much as on a cricket field.
Yeah, Kelly went big bomb. And another 6.16 so far for Velaga. Here comes his 4th delivery. And that's blocked away by Kelly. What I'm really impressed by with Kelly's batting right now is his ability to code switch from big shot to smart shot. Not that the big shots aren't smart, but the appropriate shot for the appropriate ball. He's not being reckless.
I've just hit a 6, I'm going to hit another one. Like that.
Yeah,
but I know what you mean. That one was wide.
With
and
on
it
offer, he
deserved
could have
the
stepped
swing.
in. Yeah, it deserved a swing, absolutely. But if
the
you
ball
go back to the
before-
previous ball, absolutely.
It's that solidness that offers you hope that he's
Yeah.
going to...
And that mixture of aggression with playing each ball on its own merits.
Oh, frozen screen. Briefly, cut down to 3rd man. Oh, misfield again. And again, it doesn't cost any runs, but it just gives an air of amateur hour in the field.
Yeah, there's definitely something slipping out there. Maybe the hands are getting cold. You know, we we know Ashbourne 1 can field. We've seen them do it here. We've seen them in the past, but unfortunately it's just not quite clicking out there at the moment. The last few overs there have been some little bit of need a little stick 'em on the hands. But either way, that single will bring an end to the over. Valaga's day is done. 40 runs after 8 overs, so a good economy of 5, and he had 2 wickets, so a good day for him. That'll end his spell, and very importantly for Pembroke, it'll bring Kelly back on strike. As he faces Thomas into his 6th over. That one's cut away off the legs. Kelly thought about a single, but it was sent back by Malapatil. I like saying the surname.
Yep.
You know,
it's a great surname.
It feels a little more
official.
well, not just Malapatil. It feels a little more official, less
professional.
like yeah,
You're
professional.
Not
We're not into homerism here. You know, we're calling it as we see it. Big swing from Kelly, but doesn't get all of it. Just dribbles away to the leg side for no run.
If you use their first names all the time, and you'd be using the first names of the Pembroke players,
Yeah.
it just sounds like you're commentating on your mate's game.
Yeah, homerism.
Which is what we are. But
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm with you on that. And Jordan Kelly, and also a lot of the people out there, you start talking about Jordan, they're having to guess which one is Jordan Kelly as he departs. One's big swing too many, and he departs for 61. And the score, well, they've done very well, those two.
Yeah.
They,
one big swing too many, and his wicket's taken, but a lovely expression, actually, of sportsmanship and sporting spirit there. As Kelly walks off, the first person he walks up is to the bowler and gives him a big high five and say, you know what, pal? You got me. And there's respect on both sides, and that's lovely to see. Lovely to see.
61 very important runs and a partnership of 57 with Naveen Malapatil and Ashbourne again with the basketball style huddle. I still blame Prasanth for that.
Well, I love to see the passion. Here we see the replay. Jobin Thomas gets his man. Just that wasn't the swing for that ball. It was the ball stayed down.
Yep.
It skidded on, and a big across the line swing from Kelly. That'll end his afternoon. But what an afternoon it was. 62 runs, 61 runs at a very healthy rate, above 100. And you know, we talked about Clark building. No, thank you. We talked about Clark building the foundation, and could Kelly build on top of it? And indeed, he did. Pembroke 191 for 6 after 35. And
I mean, they were 96 for 4
and a half. Yeah.
And they've put on 95 subsequent runs for 2 wickets. Azizi is the new batsman. Down amongst the bowlers now. Ashbourne will look to try and take these 4 wickets before the end, but Pembroke 4.5 overs to go now. 4.2. 26 deliveries. How far over 200 can they get?
The helmetless Azizi blocks away his first delivery, and his second delivery is able to get through to the keeper. That was a dangerous looking ball. Didn't get any bat on it, but you have to imagine that, you know, Azizi's going to want to get Malapatil back on strike. No, we just had that one freeze. Thomas's last delivery of the over. That's cut away to Gully. Slip.
And a wicket maiden for Thomas. He'll be delighted. He's now bowled 7, 3 for 24, and the score has moved on to 191 for 6 off 35, and just 5 overs remain. What do you think they'll end up with there?
Great question. I was just thinking the same thing. So Pembroke's sniffing around, knocking around 200, maybe 225?
You may not be too far away there.
Yeah.
That's the end. That's 7 overs now for Thomas.
Yeah, 5 overs remain. And Pembroke very much in the mode of what can we add on here? Few wickets in the shed. But you'd want to see Malapatil kind of take control and responsibility for adding those runs. First delivery to him from John. No, that's not John. John was the previous bowler. We'll get this bowler's name in a minute. That's fast and short. It was blocked away by Malapatil.
I think this is John.
Is this John? Okay. Are we?
I think he's the one
he's short a delivery.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. John's second delivery is kind of trending towards the thigh pad. It maybe kind of caught a little bit of bat, but it's going to be 1 run.
The umpire
Signaling.
Yep.
leg by. I'd call it thigh by, hip by. You know?
He's in 229.
Yes.
Yeah, we're getting some predictions, some score predictions here. Sound off in the comments. That delivery's clicked away by Aziz. They're
Right.
going to look to run 2. Deep fielder gets it, but gets it back in quickly. Good throw in from the deep.
Right, 212 I'm going. James has gone 229.
I haven't officially made a prediction.
No, you haven't?
I speculated.
What did you speculate?
I
then?
don't. No. I'm not going to. I don't have enough. I'm okay to just let the mystery be.
Niall?
200.
200. That's stingy.
Well,
Malapatil back on strike. He waits. Clips it off his thigh pad. 1 run into the space on the offside.
there's a run there every single time. The field's
On
spread
leg
so
side.
far. And in fact, if you run the first one quickly, they've actually brought a man into the circle there now.
Yeah, I think maybe Ashbourne thinking with Kelly gone, they could risk bringing somebody in a little bit closer and cut these singles off. We'll see if that pays off. Pushed away by Azizi for no run. Practices a little wristy stroke there. That's what I wanted to play. I do love the practice shot after the missed shot. I love that. So that's what I meant to do.
Oh, it's always the way.
Groove the muscle memory.
James down in West Cork wishing he was in the gazebo with us, Charlie.
We wish you were here as well. Wouldn't call it a picture postcard day here. A little chillier than that, but we're in comfortable seats that have backs. It's a real upgrade here.
There's another one of these inside. I only brought the one out today. But yes, the Niall says, right, when you fall asleep, I'll be putting the camera on you. That's how comfy we are here now.
Ah, yeah, but with action this thrilling, how could we fall asleep?
196 for 6, 3 overs to go. And it'll be,
Another one of those, do you mind?
yeah.
If not, it's okay, sorry.
So James's 229 may be a bit optimistic. I can't see them scoring 33 runs from 3 overs.
If Kelly were still there, I'd say yes, but I think that's a misplaced prediction following the departure of Kelly. I mean, we know Malapatil and Azizi have the ability. It hasn't been necessarily shown today on this wicket in these conditions with this bowling. So
They certainly could go big, and maybe now with 3 overs to go,
we'll certainly see some attempts.
they have license to do so. So
That's driven down the ground. Lovely on drive from Azizi, but it'll just be 1.
So in the Tulane Cup game, Pembroke did manage to make 114 for 8. Merion now are 15 for 1, and they need exactly 100 in 17 and a half overs. So that's how the T20 is going up in Anglesey Road. Meanwhile, back in Sydney Parade, Thomas in his last over, hoping to keep the runs down, as this one's played out to the leg side, and they in fact will get back for a second. That's well run by the lads and well hit by Naveen.
And smart to get himself back on strike here. So if either of these two batters is going to have a license to thrill in these final 3 overs, you think it's going to be Naveen?
You certainly would think so. 199 on the board. And that will bring up the 200 as Naveen just pushes one out to extra cover. And the fielder on the boundary threatens to throw with all the force in the world like a Marvel comic figure. But instead just underarms it in.
Yeah, so maybe I don't know. It feels like it'll either be a crawl to 215 or a zoom to 230.
Well, ZC isn't going to hang around. We know that for sure. He goes long up down the ground. Oh, and is sent back. And
Yeah, misfield on the boundary, but a strong throw in. Even though the throw was offline, it
was in the air.
Yeah, it was enough to keep you honest.
Sorry, yes, that would help. 220 for Kevin.
I don't know if these late predictions count.
I take them any time.
How about I wait until the last delivery and then I'll give you a prediction?
Before or after the last prediction?
Before.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll take that because
Okay.
there's still a 50-50 chance if you're getting it wrong.
Yeah.
Naveen forcing one out on the offside. Two fielders almost getting in each other's way, but they only take the single, even with another bit of careless fielding. Just a call. Any sort of call would have made a difference there.
Yeah, we're kind of into those kind of goofy wild overs when it's just pile on as much as you can towards the end. Yeah. Well, I mean, it was stopped. That's what matters.
Yep.
Little miscommunication there.
Well, many thanks to Max McNamara bringing us down some refreshment from the bar area.
Start of a new over here as we wait for the live scoring to catch up. We think there's just maybe a little clerical error somewhere in there. We've been trying to adjust through it.
It was easy on strike. Oh, no.
No, that's Naveen.
Naveen.
Swing of the bat, little dribble back, quick run through, and the bowler cleans it up. Lovely fielding by the bowler who charges it, pivots on a dime, emphatically throws at the stumps, and it's a direct hit, and that's going to be the end of Naveen's day. So, I mean, a decent enough call.
Yep.
You are rolling the dice this late.
What you're counting on is there being a fumble or a misfield or just anything to happen that will put off.
And that didn't happen here. You see the bowler John step up, turn, and fire, and he catches the top of leg. And that'll be the end of Naveen's day. Run out off a direct hit. So good fielding there from Ashbourne. We've noted there's been a bit of slippage in the fielding, but very good fielding there from Ashbourne to say goodbye to Naveen. And an important wicket, because we've been talking about if runs were going to come, we imagine they would have come from Naveen, who was the settled batter.
Well,
That'll bring in the new batter, Keegan Shipp.
it's Azizi that's facing. And he gets an edge on it, and it flies down towards third. And some very welcome runs. Some
Much needed.
boundaries. And 4 straight away to Azizi. He moves on to 8. And that's the perfect start to the over. Well, that's a shot that I've seen once before this season. James Cresswell played that shot to the same result.
The winning runs.
From the different end.
Azizi steps it again. He goes aerial. He goes deep. It's up and up and up and away over the head of the fielder, who walks to the rope, 1 foot on the rope, reaches for it. The umpire signals touchdown, and that's 6 to Azizi's name. Azizi saw a delivery he liked, steps forward, cool as the other side of the pillow, gets the bat on it, and lofts it. I don't know if it was 6 all the way, but it was a very healthy-looking 6 there. The fielder did everything he could, but wasn't able to get there. Steps forward again, but then has to step back. Cuts it away there to Gully for no run. So wicket 4-6 dot so far here for John in his final over. As Azizi says, I will build that platform. I will reach for the sky. The helmetless Azizi. Another big swing of the bat. That's driven, but there's a deep fielder there. It looks like it's just going to be 1. That'll bring up young Keegan Shipp.
Well, they've gone past my 212. They've gone past Niles' 200. And Kevin at 220 and James at 229. Our 2 viewers are the only ones remaining.
This is where I half reminded you that I soft predicted 225. Shipp waits. He pushes that away for no run.
Then you insisted it wasn't a prediction, so you kind of talked yourself out of
Yeah, I'm
the
playing
credit.
both sides. What else do you expect? Now, Craig, are you familiar with the psychological concept of Maslow's hierarchy of needs?
Yes.
All right, so we have, food, clothing, and shelter at the bottom, and then we move up to kind of certain emotional needs, self-actualization. It's through that lens that I evaluate the phrase much needed, when we talk about a boundary. Where was that boundary on Maslow's hierarchy? So certainly, Pembroke, I'd say at this point in the game, when you're looking for those boundaries to kind of accelerate here, turn on the afterburner, yes, they are much needed because that's what you need from these overs specifically. So I would call that not much needed in a chase kind of way, but we have to interpret Laszlo's hierarchy based on what we see in front of us.
Again, if you're basing it just on the game itself, then it's probably, you know, much needed.
Yeah, let's presume that cricket is life.
But if you're talking about the world, then we really are talking first world problems. Azizi gets one up, and it's taken at the second effort. Nice little catch.
A super bit of fielding from Ashbourne. We've talked about some of their struggles earlier, but so far in the last couple of overs, some excellent fielding. We saw a direct hit run out, and now a kind of weak, semi-flat, weakly lined shot over there to point. And you can see, hopefully we get in the replay in the camera angle here, the fielder didn't get it cleanly, but with one hand, popped it up kind of volleyball style and made the catch. A beautiful catch here.
He seemed to have it under control the whole time. It was almost like it deliberately.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's one of those things where sometimes you see that, like where there's an inadvertent tip up and then a catch on the second attempt. That looked absolutely deliberate. At no point did that fielder on the ring look like anything had gone wrong.
Yep. A super catch.
Yeah, I drew it up that way. That's how we practice.
He's just had a little glance over at the cameras. I'm sure he's hoping that we caught that.
Young man, you will enjoy watching it later, and you will hear us give you all due praise. So a lovely bit of fielding, lovely catch for Ashbourne, and a wicket to start this over for Mr. Bonham.
7 down now. This is the last over. Is it? Yes.
New batter for Pembroke is Sheik on strike. He waits. First delivery's driven away to the offside. Fielder just outside the ring, reels it in, underhands it in, just one run. I think if you're Ashbourne, given where you were right before the loss of Kelly's wicket, I think you'll be delighted with how the tail end of this has gone.
Well, I certainly think that they
got out the 2 set batters.
They will feel that they're very much in this game and can chase down that total.
Ship drives it away to the offside.
Nice
Fielder's
shot.
there.
Nice shot for a guy who's come in at number 9.
Yeah, Ship's pretty handy with the willow. The young man, I think he's 15 years of age. And you can imagine as to the skills he's been showing that he's here playing for the men's threes. Bonham steams in, another big shot from Sheik. But there's a deep fielder there on that short boundary who fields it cleanly and holds it to 1.
I don't mind. Just single off every ball is 6 and over. You know, that would be my view.
Yeah, we don't know how many of these runs will end up being much needed on the Laszlo's hierarchy of cricketing needs. Ship waits. That was a big swing, but he just caught the edge. It goes through past the keeper, and it's going to be a quick called 1 from the off-strike batter for a quick scamper for a single. So again, you're looking for those 1s. We don't know, called leg buys. Yeah, well,
it was. The umpire signalled back, and it's appeared on the live score as such.
So here's the final delivery of the innings, we imagine. Big swing of the bat from Sheik, cries of catch. It's aerial, but it does make the ground. They're running for 2. We'll see what happens. And even with the fumble at the keeper, that's how much they push for that run, and that'll cost Sheik his wicket. But it's the effort that matters to try to squeeze out that last run. And I believe that Pembroke will end at 219.
I believe so.
Yeah, they'll get the 1 run. Here's the replay. You see it hop up for the fielder, fields it cleanly, throws it straight in.
To the right end.
Yeah, straight into the keeper. It's on line to the keeper. The keeper fumbles it, unfortunately, but such was the way that they pushed that run. Even with a bobbled ball by the keeper, they're still able to get the run out.
They did very, very well. 3-1-5-8.
Pembroke end their innings. 219 for 9.
Well, whilst we can. Oh, that's quite amazing. I haven't seen that before.
Who had it spot on?
Well, Kevin was closest with 220. When I go into cricket clubs, it's got the video.
Yeah, I've done it for a few games now. I've realised it's half working.
Hello. Hello, how are you?
Well, here is the batting card for that Pembroke innings. And Noah Smith, he came out like he had a train to catch.
Oh, I didn't see his.
He was quite quick in getting his runs. But again, as we said earlier, the main thing was Ethan Clark providing some solidity at the top as he went through 5 different partners. He ended up with 54, but he also had stands of 46 and 31 and 38. And those were instrumental in providing that foundation that Charlie and I kept going back to our building metaphors. And then Jordan Kelly came in and did exceptionally well. Never seemed to really be settled, but also just as a flash of an eye, he'd hit a 6.
Yeah, Clark built the foundation and Kelly erected the steel. Supported ably by a lot of batters, only one in single figures. So a lot of teens in there for Pembroke, except for the final 2 tail batters there, who were just basically asked to come in and scrape out what they could in the past, in the last couple of overs.
This is the Ashbourne bowling card. Jobin Thomas, the most successful, 3 for 30 from his 8. A very good economy rate at 2. The other bowlers showing them around. Sandeep Velaga, he opened up the bowling and 2 for 40. He'll be happy enough with that, and was brought back a couple of times, once especially in the 23rd over when his captain wanted a wicket, and that's exactly what he brought his captain at that stage. John and Bonham then picked up a wicket each, although Jinson John, he suffered a bit from the Kelly onslaught. It was very much a battle within a battle, just watching those two, John and trying to pin Kelly to his feet, and Kelly trying to put him back out over the car park.
And the last 2 bowlers on that list reminding me of the late great Led Zeppelin drummer, John Bonham. My goodness, was he a drummer. I mean, his Purdy shuffle on Fool in the Rain is still legendary. As we look at the Manhattan. Okay, I'm going to take a good quick look here. So this is looking more like Midtown South down to Lower Manhattan. Like maybe you're catching the tail end of 34th Street there on the left of your screen. We're dipping down into the Flatiron District, into Soho, and then into Tribeca. Things zoom up, and then finally we get to Lower Manhattan and some of those classic Art Deco skyscrapers of yesteryear.
Maiden there towards the end. Perhaps a river sliding through the city, but...
Yeah, maybe Canal Street. That's Chinatown. That's what I'll call that.
Well, that did a bit to slow the scoring rate down, but Pembroke did well in the end. I think they'll be happy enough with a total of 219, and it'll be something they can bowl out.
I think where we ended up with this this total that needs to be chased by Ashbourne is kind of a classic compromise.
Yeah.
Like both teams are kind of somewhat happy and somewhat unhappy with the result, which I think should tell you that we're in for a really fantastic second innings here.
It will certainly be interesting. I do feel Ashbourne usually play on a mat, and if they come out swinging for the ropes, they could find themselves in difficulty on a grass wicket.
Oh, that'll be a very interesting thing to look for in the second innings.
Very much so. But if they stay in, their scoring rate, I feel, will be higher than Pembroke's was in the early overs.
Yeah, it's kind of a boring worm. There's not too much to glean from that, just kind of a steady march towards a solid or respectable defensible total, depending on, the quality of the opening bowling and the disposition of the opening batting. Very much in the balance, which is fantastic. We like to see good, exciting games here.
Which is the way you want it to be, really.
So as we see this beautiful wide shot of Sydney Parade, the flag fluttering as we break for lunch.
Yes, indeed.
We look forward to welcoming you back for the second innings. Thank you very much for joining us.
Welcome back to Sydney Parade, the Pembroke Thirds in a Division 7 clash, taking on Ashbourne. Pembroke won the toss and decided to have a bat, and on the back of Ethan Clark's 52 and Jordan Kelly's 61 have reached, as you see on your screen, the final score of 219 for 9. Now I see it. The Pembroke side in their pre-match huddle, well, most of them anyway, and the batsman entering the field of play. We have all the pre-start formalities to go through. Taking of guard, marking of run-outs, run-ups. Umpires being given caps, jumpers. Field being set. Phil Blackley in at slip. Jordan Kelly in the gully, I think. Man on the boundary in front of the clubhouse. Everyone adjusted to the captain's satisfaction. And there are two men outside the ring, down at third man and long leg. Well, both innings have opened with a 4 off the first delivery. Cracked away through the offside, loosener for the bowler and a chase for the fielder. Ah, because it's 0.5.
Celtic will go home.
Well, after that loosener to start with, next two deliveries resulting in dot balls. .220 the target for Ashbourne. Asking about the possibility of a run. There wasn't one. Khan and Sudhakaran, the opening batsman for Ashbourne. They'll be looking to make a very steady start, I would have thought. Target not out of reach by any stretch of the imagination. Five and a half required. Oh, he's pulled that. It was a little bit aerial, but he's going to get his reward. And a boundary scored. Second one in the over. Just too short. Pulled nicely into the leg side. Single taken. Closes out the first over, and the score 9 without loss.
Junior Cup.
Okay. Send to open the bowling from the nursery end for Pembroke as they seek to defend their 2-1-9 for 9. Well, Noah Smith it is with the gloves today. Many thanks to Charlie for joining me for the first innings. His energy is certainly infectious. Saptashi Sen. Gets one past the edge of the probing bat.
Come on, Sam!
Jordan Kelly, live and well. Nice bit of fielding on the edge of the ring, but not enough to prevent the ball crossing the rope. 4 runs to Ashbourne, 4 runs to Khan. He's going along quite nicely now. 15 from just 12 deliveries. And Ashbourne find themselves 15 without loss after 2 overs. do get the feeling that if the Ashbourne team bat out and use their 40 overs, they will have crossed the finishing line.
Keep it there, that's it, keep it there, basics, come on.
Bit shorter, played away, behind square on the offside, running down the hill. Will be picked up inside. They turn down the chance of any more runs. That's enough.
Come on, boys, come on, boys.
The was getting one past the edge of the bat on this occasion.
Keep it there, keep going.
In these early overs, Pembroke will be looking for a breakthrough, slip in place. This one just goes through to the keeper.
Keep going. Let him pitch there, come on. Yes, the boss. Come on, keep going.
Big swing. A little wider than the batsman was hoping for, really. And it's another dot ball. Just two from that over. Much better over for Nawaz. 17 without loss. We mark the arrival of Jake and Johnny Bell. Welcome to the ground.
Come on, Tab. Yes, well ball, Tab. Come on, Tab.
Pembroke trying to apply some pressure. So far, each over has resulted
Yes, come on, Tab. Come on, Tab.
Ashbourne picking up runs required. However, I do see the opportunity of perhaps there being a run out. One of these batsmen particularly keen. And then no calling. None needed on this occasion. The ball thumps into the hedge, 4 runs. But you just get the sense that calling may not be the strength of this pair. But when you've got hitting like that, I suppose it needs to be. This one down the leg side, well taken by Smith. I Athletic little take there.
Come on, tap, come on, tap.
Good dive put in.
Yes.
Applause coming in from the sidelines. Appreciative of the running between the wickets. The very thing that I was querying a moment ago. Batsman now ready. And the first wicket falls to a simple catch on the offside, and Sen picks up a wicket in his second over. Score 23. For 1 now. Here is the shot, somewhat misjudged, one feels. Just wasn't there to be hit. Tried to lift it and couldn't, and only managed to lift it as far as the fielder's hands. And that's a nice take. And that was Keegan. Or was it Ethan Clark? Ethan Clark taking the catch. And the first wicket falls with 23 on the board. Evening. Taking a seat. Joined in the box today for the second time today. This time the dulcet tones of Graham Mooney. Graham, you were up scoring with the men's seconds earlier on.
Yep, they came third.
Well, didn't look good on paper.
No.
Obviously was no better on grass.
Absolutely not, unfortunately. Marion definitely the better of the two teams today.
There's the chance.
There's the
It's
drop.
just
Yeah.
an opportunity presented itself. They're unable to take it on this occasion.
Never enough runs on the board, 114 not enough, and the way Daniel Forkin batted, beautiful, a few sixes, 50 odds, ably assisted by a few of his fellow teammates, and they got home with 6 and a bit overs to spare.
Okay. A
Right.
shame, but there you go.
Yeah, look, there's, I don't know the ins and outs of the group,
No.
and there's some discussions over player eligibility. Jack Atkinson playing for Marion is obviously the main talking point, but I have no idea. And
Nothing to do with you,
yes,
says you.
absolutely. On the field, Marion were victorious.
Yeah.
What happens in committee rooms are for committee rooms.
Yeah. Such a shame when it happens, but
Well,
without
like-
the rules behind you,
Well,
chaos would reign.
Pembroke were told
Big
one.
swing.
From what I've been told,
No, this is hearsay.
Hearsay.
I,
Well,
I really wouldn't
yes.
say hearsay.
Third party.
It's like loads of people think. Now,
okay.
who are the loads of people?
So one person from Marion and one person from Pembroke.
Okay.
So the view from Pembroke is they were told certain people could not play. The view from Marion was they were never told people could not play.
Okay. Well, anyway,
Yeah. So look,
it is.
it is what it is. On the match today, won by, and rightly so, won by Marion.
Nice shot this from Ronan. Just finds it on his legs.
Lovely
And then
clip.
just
Wouldn't have want to miss that.
no problem to him at
Yeah.
all. Flicked away, 4 runs. Nothing wrong with the scoring rate, that's for sure. But again, Same as the Pembroke innings. It's all about wickets down.
Yeah.
Pembroke lost one in the 3rd wicket. Well, Ashbourne have lost one in the 4th over.
Yeah, I was following it earlier when I could.
Oh,
well
that's
bowled.
well bowled. A bit of lift there outside the off stump, looking for the shoulder of the bat. Oh, that would have been nice.
Just
Wasn't to be.
And this is where you get into, why not just bowl that again?
Yeah, yeah. Again,
Just
if you could bowl that to order, would you be playing 13 cricket?
Well, you and me made a living out of it. There we go. That's well bowled again.
It's just an awkward length for this
Yeah.
batsman. He's thinking he can take it on,
I think.
but he's trying to play straight,
Yeah.
and he's looking with the edge of the bat there.
Well, I think these 2 deliveries have shown, do not bowl full
Back of the
onto
length
his legs.
at the moment.
Yeah, don't bowl full onto his legs. He can clip you, especially the pace of the delivery. Again, that's
This
just
one.
drifted.
Slides down the leg side, and the umpire acknowledges the fact with a wide. Had Charlie in
Yeah, no,
earlier
I
on.
heard. I was listening to that bit during the innings break.
He was
As wonderful as ever.
oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
I love Charlie on
Yeah.
on comms.
It's
And
amazing.
I think our viewers
Yeah.
like his approach as well.
Oh,
as he says
yeah.
himself, he's a radio commentator.
Yes.
Because that's sometimes the way he listens to it.
Well, also baseball commentary lends itself. I know I hate the
So
comparison.
does cricket.
No, but I hate the comparison between the 2 sports has always been wrong. But the commentary is comparable.
Yeah.
It's very similar in your
Play by play.
It's play by play,
Time
exactly.
for chats,
Yeah.
discussions,
Yeah.
theories.
Stats, this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
There's not a constant play like in rugby or soccer, football, for little nod to our American friends. But they have here's a pitch, here's a delivery. This is what's happening.
Yeah.
Pitcher running in, pitcher in,
They'll talk you through the game,
Yeah.
whether you've been watching it for 100 years or it's your first game.
some things don't
About
change.
explaining stuff. Jordan Kelly with a fine bit of fielding on the offside, throwing himself across at it. He had a good knock earlier on, Graham.
Yeah.
He scored 61.
Again, I caught bits of it. Jordan Kelly.
wristy.
Very Jordan Kelly.
Very wristy, yeah.
Yeah, like some of those sixes were very, very clean hits. Look, if Jordan connects,
Oh,
it's gone.
batsman's headed off to square leg.
Get his laces tied. Now this is where you tie them together. You go, oh, what's that behind your shoulder? And then you tie 2 laces together. But yeah, Jordan is such a clean hitter of the ball. If it's connected, it's gone.
And he did that on a few occasions,
Yeah.
I can tell you.
Well, I was
Ethan
laughing.
Clark, though, was the
Oh,
one who
no.
set up the innings
Again,
with his half century. He did
Yes.
so with 5 different partners.
Yeah.
He stood tall.
well,
And,
I've often spoken about him.
exactly what
and,
you want from an opener.
And you know how my feelings on this. Speaking as a boring opener, myself.
Oh,
But I was looking at Jordan's stats. I just loved it. It's very Jordan. When he got out, it was 39 deliveries. 10 deliveries to get 50 of his runs.
yep. No, he did a good job for
But
his side.
Yeah, but that's exactly if Jordan faces 40 deliveries in a match, there's runs on the board.
Yep.
It's not going to be 10 not outs.
No, it was good. A couple of good knocks there for today for the thirds. They've put together a score that maybe they can defend now.
Well, that most definitely, like 200 on the board. It's not like, I know teams hit that in 20 and 30 overs very easily, but there's always that little added pressure, especially with the early wickets.
And would I be right in thinking that Ashbourne probably played most of their games on a mat?
Yes, absolutely.
And that sometimes sides find the transition from playing on a mat to playing on
Yeah.
grass quite difficult.
Very much. When you're used to that extra bounce and pace, sometimes you find it hard to generate the power in shots. And timing as well. The timing off grass is completely different.
There we go.
That's a lovely shot.
He's been waiting for that delivery.
Yeah, too full.
He got it on this occasion.
If you notice, the batsman, and again, this is as we're saying, playing on a mat. You're used to the true bounce and the true pace. So you can see here, there's just
Now,
not
in
much
fairness, it's a nice shot. He's
Yeah.
put his front foot across. He hasn't just put his front foot out of the way and swung the bat.
But he
He's
ha-
deliberately played that in that area.
He hasn't needed to move because it was a bit too full. The back of the lengths on grass, just you want to drag them forward. They're going to be sitting on the crease.
Well, he certainly dragged him forward that time.
Yeah,
He
not
couldn't
much.
have done it
not
any
much,
better there.
Not much.
Over in Clontarf.
Pembroke women's seconds playing cup semi-final in Clontarf. This stream coming to you courtesy of Clontarf, and Shukla and Lucy Deacon opening the batting today. Be interested to see what sort of side they have out. Comes the one with 21 to his name.
Keep going, lads. Build the pressure here. Come on, build the dots.
Build the dots being the cry from the Pembroke skipper. It's an unusual one. Build the dots.
Come on, Pembroke.
Yeah. Except an in under here. So, do you notice anything new?
A new gazebo.
New gazebo,
New gazebo.
new weights,
New weights.
new wall,
Where did we get the new weights from?
green roof.
Down below?
Hmm?
Did we get the weights from down below, or?
No, they're brand new.
Okay. So we're double weight down now.
Tell by that.
Yeah. So I heard. Yeah, I saw in a WhatsApp group the scorers are getting the old one.
It's in the shed already
Yeah.
for you. And in fact, there's 4 walls with it as well.
It'll just take some putting up and putting down.
Well, yeah.
You've got the after.
You know how you know how to do it.
Yeah, I can't do it on my own all the time.
No,
though.
you
Yeah.
can't. And we'll be around to give you a hand.
Yeah.
But
No. Yeah. No, I think the team should help the scorers.
absolutely.
If you want, that
If
should
you
be your
want to
job.
score-
If you want your score,
If you want to score up,
put up the
gazebo. How much effort does it take?
Yeah, exactly. Get 2 guys, 3 guys, and that should be job. Like that, the captains need to
Wide
give
outside
out.
the off stump, trying to hide it down that blue line. Wasn't to be.
The skipper gives out a couple of jobs. You put out the flags. You put up the gazebo. So it's a good start for Ashbourne. 6 and over. I'm sorry, is that 8? Yeah. Sorry, my shades. 6 gone. So we're in the 7th over. 36 for 1. That's what balled again. That's a good length for on the grass here.
It just makes the batsman a little bit wary. Defence being in the forefront of his mind.
Again.
No scores from the fifths out.
In DLR now, you won't get the live score.
Oh, there's no live scoring.
No.
I texted.
Oh, okay.
Come on. Finish well
But
here.
yeah, you often see, again, like I said, when they play on a mat, those deliveries would obviously be coming through very differently. But on the grass, if the batsman's sitting on his crease, it's not going to be as easy.
He batted quite well. As easy.
Did he?
Yeah.
I didn't see his knock.
He was in a nice little partnership or two.
Well, again, most people got a start just looking at the scorecard, as I was earlier. It'll be interesting to see how the spin does for Pembroke today with 2 Rian and Keegan.
Yeah, well, again, it's sort of an option that we didn't really see in the first innings. It was mainly an all-pace attack. Unusual, perhaps, but that's the way it goes.
Yeah. Well, again, not many spinners are developed on mats
No.
So unless you have a guy come into your club.
You have to have a very
Yeah.
thick skin. I
Yeah.
think Noel wants his chair back.
Oh no, sorry, do you want your chair back?
Oh, just chipped in the air over the ring.
Good one, Ito.
Keegan Ship on the boundary does a good job of preventing anything other than a single. No, he's going to go to sleep now.
Oh well, ball. That sounded like something. The umpire is not interested. There's
Come on,
there seemed to be a noise there, but
Well,
it
there's
could
a
have been
big
bad.
appeal and coordinated.
Yeah, who knows? Here we go with the replay. Oh,
Smith was up straight away.
He'd walked away from the stumps.
Bowler straight away. Back live now. But yeah, well, it was close. It was close.
Definitely heard something, but I'm sorry, but he walked away from the stumps very quickly there.
Yes, well, ball
Another
trap,
good
come on,
delivery.
trap.
Right up in the block hole.
I know it. I put it on the comments earlier before, but yeah, I'd be.
Yeah, and I said nothing about it, to be honest. I said your comment was there, people could
Yes.
read it,
Yeah,
and I
make their own
stand by
decision.
it. No, I was happy enough
Yeah.
with it.
It was. I think it's a fair comment.
I'm not saying it's not.
Yeah,
I know I usually take up
Yeah.
the exact opposite of whatever position you take, Graham, just on a sheer point of principle. But on this occasion, I just keep my thoughts to myself
yeah.
on that one.
All I'm saying is, if I was a bowler, I'd definitely be talking to him.
Yeah,
I would not put up with that if I was bowling.
I know.
Past,
Put up with anything, rugby balls.
past evidence. Yeah.
Well, the 8th over has slipped by, 38 for 1. Pembroke at the same stage were 26 for 1.
Again, it can change so quickly.
No, it can. It
The,
can.
the key for any side chasing is don't lose wickets in clumps. Get those 20-run partnerships make all the difference here. So even if you lose one, get yourself set, get a little 20-run partnership, and you can sometimes kick on.
There was only one 50 partnership in the innings, in the first innings, but there was a 46 as well. And then you're down to the 30s and 30s, you know, but they add up.
Oh, yeah.
And this is what we're saying. And at the moment, well, these two came together with the score on 23. They've put on another 15 since then. But it's taken them 4 overs to do it, Graham. And I know that the usual run rate conversion automatic feature isn't on our screens tonight. That's because live scoring had some sort of hiccup. It was missing a delivery.
Yeah, I see that, yeah.
And I don't think it let it close out the innings as a result.
Oh, okay.
We don't know why. It has done random things like that before.
Mm,
Yeah. And I'm not ringing tech support.
no. That'll be sorted afterwards.
But we can pretty much work out where we are at various times. You know, 220 minus 38. 182 required. Nearly time to crack open the calculator function on my phone and
What?
laugh at Mr. O'Connell. You'll never have a calculator in the real world. God, how wrong were they? Eh?
Yeah. Where's my slide rule when I need it? And my abacus.
Logbooks.
Yo, the logbooks, yes.
Oh, nice shot.
That's a great shot.
Into the garden.
That's
Onto
gone.
the pickle court.
New ball needed.
You won't get that one back.
No.
And 6 runs. And
Pickle court? Have they set up a pickle?
yeah, pickle court in there.
Very fancy. He's sitting on his back foot. And that was too short. We have been talking about back of a length, but that was well short for that pace. And the batsman, just sitting on his crease, was able to latch onto it, send it into the gardens, and add 6 to the total.
You can't bowl short.
No.
You cannot bowl short.
You'd-
That is a cardinal sin
And
when you're playing on pitch 2.
yeah. Well, and again, it's
Oh, here we are.
Deacon has fallen. This is live.
this is live, cutting in.
31 for 1.
Yeah, that's a okay start. Yeah.
Susie Whaley in the middle.
and Cheeks.
And Susie Whaley really has come on leaps and bounds this year as a bat.
Yeah. Well,
She's,
her all round game is
and
good.
it's been rewarded
Yeah.
with a century for the school and a century for the club.
Yeah.
In the space of a week, she scored more centuries than I ever have.
Well, that's an easy one for me since I've never scored one. Little bit cut away nicely through the gap. Placed it well. They're going to get an easy 2. Yeah, for the bowling again, I think this is symptomatic sometimes of bowlers who come up on a whatever night's your training night and go into the nets, and they get used to bowling on a mat in the nets, and then that length they think is okay on the Saturday. But if you're playing on grass, unfortunately, you need that little bit fuller. Not a lot.
Another big swing.
Oh,
Eh,
it's out there. It's out there.
hiding it away from the batsman. Unsuccessfully on this occasion because he was caught by the umpires. Sounds like a painful condition, doesn't it? Caught by the umpires. Well,
Once you don't catch the umpires, that's even worse. Usually you need penicillin for that.
one would wonder when Sahil is going to change his bowlers. These two obviously seeing it through to the power play, but that means they've bowled 5 of their 8.
Yeah,
Up
already.
front.
Yeah. Well, he must
It-
have faith in his change-ups.
Well, he has plenty of options, that's
Yeah.
for sure. It's just about how do you juggle them.
It's well bowled. Just a little tap into the offside, easily fielded by Mr. Kelly. Yeah, I would say I'd like to see a bit of spin. You know, it's at the stage of the game where if it doesn't go well, you haven't killed your chances.
Yep, you've got to give the spinners something to play with. There's no
Yeah.
point bringing them on with 30s required.
Exactly. There's no pressure on the batsman then.
But at the moment, I think he's going to stick with Sen. From the nursery end.
Again, and spinners on grass, the ball doesn't play as truly as on a mat, so that's where they could also stand a good chance against these batters.
Oh, we were looking at artificial grass today, Niall. In Home Store and More. 4 metres of grass.
20.
40, 50 quid, something like that,
Ooh.
40 quid.
Not cheap.
Depending if you wanted the luxury
Yes.
or the ultimate.
What's the difference?
About 3 millimetres of nylon.
I was going to say, does it have a massage function? Oh, just back. It's turned around the corner. It should be just a 1.
It's a nothing shot. Just eased out. Coming to the end of the power play now. 10 overs. And then perhaps we'll see the spin at that stage.
Well, is there a power play at this level? Sorry, I didn't know if there was or not. I'm so used to seeing it with the 1s and 2s, the enforced power plays. I wasn't sure how far it drops down now.
That brings up the first half century for Ashbourne. Pembroke didn't reach that stage until the 14th over, so they'll consider themselves ahead of the game at the moment.
Oh, very much, yeah. Well,
Confidence will be flowing and flowing high for the Ashbourne supporters and players. I say supporters. Maybe supporter. Scorer, perhaps. Scorer.
Well,
would
they
be
do.
happy.
They again. I'm not sure. Do they have to have a score at this level? I don't know the regs. We really should read them someday.
Why?
Come on,
The only way I'm reading the regs is if I get to going out to Australia on the flight, and for some reason I have to stay
Awake
asleep
or asleep, yeah.
for 16 hours. Then I will take the regs with me. Oh,
I went through all the regs,
Oh,
but only for one bit.
oh. Well then,
super over.
super over. Now I can tell you exactly
which competition and which round of which competition.
and what when they decide a super over.
How many stupid competitions decided on wickets when they have to decide them?
Yeah.
And also what are the regs for a super over? Because if you lose more than 2 wickets, your over's over.
It is.
Well, that's the same in everything.
Yeah, that's just how they run and operate.
No, but I'm just saying, you know how they just they have their own little regs within the super over.
10 overs gone then. 51 for 1.
Going to see a change of bowling.
Well, I suggest it will be. 2 openers who had 5 each. And Sahil's not going to throw all his cards on the table in the one go. He's still got a slip in place. So, for the first time today, first change, Rian Nair. Be interested to see how the youngster goes.
How old is he? Under 18. Well,
Nice start, but he's clipped off his legs, and that's going to make it to the square leg boundary. Nobody's going to pull that up.
again, just too full with the batsman sitting there. It was easily anything on his legs. He's already shown he can flick it away, and again, it's just so full, and he's just able to
again,
turn the bat.
He had to hit it.
Yeah, yeah, but he did.
But he did.
When you were getting out about the bowling too short from bounce.
There's listen, there's short, and then there's too full.
Back live now.
There we go. You want to drag the batsman forwards, especially when he's sitting there. But yeah, just to reply to you, everyone's a youngster to me now, Craig.
Well, I know what you're saying in that regard, that's for sure. Well, we had a good night last night
Yeah,
at the men's. Oh, happy birthday, Graham.
thank you.
Happy birthday. I just knew there was something about today. Yes. And what did we get for our birthday?
Well, I've got some Ed Sports vouchers.
Excellent.
I've got a couple of I got a joke one from the youngest, a high vis vest that says, old lives matter. And a promise of a visit, an overnight stay. Oh, it's taken. Oh,
no, it's not. No, it's not. It's gone past the hands of Phil Blackley. He hasn't quite got down to it, and that's a shame. It's a chance created and an opportunity missed.
That was sorely needed.
Here it is
for
again,
Pembroke.
Graham.
Yeah,
Does it bounce in front of him?
of course it does.
Does it?
Oh, sorry, I meant the batsman. No, it carries. It did carry.
That's another chance gone.
But again, that's
Could be on these chances that things turn.
Well, that batsman's on 24 when he's dropped. So again, but that was good bowling. You dragged them forward. Oh, a little bit off the crease. They're more comfortable sitting on their crease. They just want to play on their back foot. So that's well bowled. It's heartbreak for a bowler. That's difficult chance, but you need to take them. Good follow up.
Batsman throwing shapes, I think the young people used to call that. But in the end, making no contact with the ball. End of the 11th over, 56 for 1, and now takes us straight across to Castle Avenue.
Where a wicket has fallen. Oh, 50. So Van Schiek is obviously out. They're showing her as...
Well, could be a run out.
Yeah, true. My bad. Well, 50 for 1 has become 50 for 2. It is Franchika out. Her name has left the screen. Is it Lucy Webster bowling? Daughter of Keith Webster, who plays for Civil Service. He's having a fine season with the bats.
Back live here in Sydney Parade now.
Good Yorker. Oh yeah, and the one other gift I'm promised is a night away in Galway.
And by yourself, or does he forget a break too?
Apparently, yeah, she's going as well. Yeah. So the have you heard of the Pullman restaurants?
Oh, big effort to take on the bowler there. Unsuccessfully, no.
It's a converted Orient Express carriage.
Okay.
So it's an actual carriage they used on the Orient Express.
Yeah.
And it's a restaurant in, I forget the name of the hotel. So it's an overnight stay with dinner in the Pullman. And as you know, I do like my food.
I spent a night in a railway carriage in New South Wales and woke up at dawn to see the herds of kangaroos.
Oh, brilliant.
Hundreds of them crossing. But that was all in an old railway carriage, and opulent is the word.
Yeah.
This time round, on the meal side of things, we're going to a French restaurant in Melbourne, which is in a cathedral.
Oh, very nice.
And I've seen pictures online, and
Looks amazing, I'm sure.
yeah, it does mean that I'm actually going to have to pack something.
Inside
how
edge.
does he get away with that?
But he does, well fielded. Should just be the one, so not much too damage to the scoreboard.
So that should be fun anyway.
Yeah.
But that's
Oh,
a week
yeah.
away now. Just a week
Yeah.
away. I've been waiting for it for so long. 57 for 1 now. Just 1 ball remaining in the 12th over.
9 days.
And these two, well, they're starting to put together a bit of a partnership, Graham. 34 now they've put on.
Yeah, the breakthrough is much needed for Pembroke. Oh, that's
Not
bad
out.
on ground. Yeah, I was going to say, and now Dublin's getting its own converted church into a food market.
Yes.
That should be good.
Yep. Oh, it swirls around this building and everything. That's what that is. Plus me farting, I think. Well,
Bring on the spin.
not as yet.
No, Nair to continue. Oh, no. Obviously, Nair from this end. I wouldn't mind seeing a bit of Keegan at the other. Again, you want Keegan at the other end for the extra protection with the boundary. Oh, again, that's your length. Again, very little movement.
Batsman not moving his feet,
No.
and in an effort to get out wide,
Yeah,
he
he's just-
pushes his
yeah.
bum out and his arms forward, and between the two ends up in the same place he would be if he just stood up tall.
Yeah. Well, this is where the education of a bowler comes in. This is where you need to spot things like this. You need to read your batsman.
Again, he likes that one full and on his legs.
They're
Turns
gonna,
it round the corner, gets down the other end.
they're going to eat them up all day. You might squeeze one through, and then you're hoping the umpire agrees with you. But yeah, I'd just be peppering fourth stump, just a little
Now,
bit back.
earlier on, this batsman had to go and get his shoelace. At that stage, the umpire was out at square leg.
Yeah.
So he had to travel out there, and he did. He travelled out there and had his shoelace done. But it's obviously come undone again. So why is he going back to the same guy who obviously
no.
can't tie it?
It was one of our players tied his shoelace.
Ah,
Yeah.
this time getting the official tying done. There,
Lovely
again.
length.
That's the length he wants. He's causing all sorts of problems there.
And again, for an education of a bowler, this is where pick a length, and if it works, especially at this level, don't mess with it too much. Take 4, take 5 deliveries, and then slip in the surprise ball.
Full of length down the ground. Sahil does very easy fielding. It was never going to reach him.
No, bottom of the bats. A low full toss as it turned out
No
to be.
power, no timing.
Yeah.
It was just a
Yeah.
shot. And that basically saved the batsman.
Yeah. An effort ball from the bowler that turned in. That's that, drifted down and takes the wides.
Yeah, has to be done. But
When we flip back, 58 for 2. Pippa Guy in her first game back from Poland. Player of the match in the cup final a couple of seasons ago when the Twos won whatever the Twos Cup was called back then with different
Junior
sponsors.
Cup.
Well, the different spot, you know how they have different sponsors.
just don't mention
Yeah,
sponsors. and then
sponsors,
you-
yeah,
then you're
junior,
okay. Hey, Jake.
That match, that cup final was also against Clontarf.
That's nicely played. Just down to third. They'll take the single.
Yeah,
You
that
wonder
final.
how much longer Sahil can go without taking a wicket. He needs one. He needs one quickly. These two together now came together in the fourth over.
It's, for me, this is where you do a little bit of. You do something weird as a captain at this point, just to do it, like bring in a leg slip just to make the batsman go, huh, and risk losing a few runs. Again, you've got 160 to play with. Now is the time, especially needing a wicket. Maybe stick in something just to make the batsman go, what's going on here? Is something going to happen?
Wants to be more pace from the nursery ends now. Azizi. He's a very skiddy bowler. Whereas Nair gets to use a lot of height. That's not available there to Azizi, but he does push it through with some force. But do you get the feeling that Sahil may have had a premeditated idea and he's following that plan so far?
It does seem to be that way.
The captain himself doing the fielding.
Again, that just allows the batsman to lean into it. A good shot into the covers and the gap, but well fielded, keeping it to 1. Oh, he steps out to it.
Another one to the same fielder, to the same place, to the same result. Just 1 run added to the total.
I often wonder, do the bowlers when they're not bowling, are you watching the game? Are you looking at how the batsman bats? What's his favourite shots?
Slower
That's
ball.
well bowled. Again, he doesn't use his feet.
Not a huge amount of disguise in it, but
It works.
it still worked as a dot ball. Try it again, pal. That would be my view as a batsman. Okay, you got away with that one.
Yeah.
Try that again. We'll see you in the next county.
But he's got the cover on the boundary. It might be worth trying.
This time slides
See-
down the leg side. That's a shame because he was starting to build a little bit of
Yeah.
pressure on the batsman, making the batsman think.
Because again, Craig, often at these levels, batsmen who play at below, Division 6, 7 and lower, they generally only have 2 to 3 shots, especially their go-to shots.
Bowler pulls out of that one.
They're comfort shots.
Yep.
And when you're not bowling, if you're first change or whatever, when you're not bowling, you should be trying to read the batsman and seeing what those shots are. Does he like to drive? Does he like to pull? Is he a cutter of the ball?
Well, it doesn't take us long in the commentary position to work out that this guy likes it full on his pads.
Yes,
it's
and
gone. It's gone.
Yeah. So the last delivery you should ever bowl is full on his pads.
Non-striker desperate to get down to the striker's end. Khan really keen to take a single, and they don't need such risks. I said at the beginning that perhaps one of the possibilities would be a miscommunication here, where somebody is so keen to take a run, and the other guy says no. All it takes is one little slip, And when you're trying to turn 180 degrees.
No, I don't mind how he did that though. He was. He walked out a little and backing up, which was good to see. And do you want to go? The guy didn't call, so he stayed. So.
Oh, it had no problem on a ball by ball, but it's an overall trend.
Yes.
And it's little unprofessional little things like that.
Yeah.
Charlie and I in the first innings were noticing the Ashbourne ground fielding, and
poor.
there was a lot of
Feet.
Well, I don't mind the feet. That's some people stop it that way, and that's always been the way, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But it's the little fumble, not a clean pickup.
There was a few catches, ball, but in through the hands.
There was one that burst through the hands.
Yeah.
Charlie and I discussed that one at length. But I mean, it's just that sort of. It shows that I get the feeling when Ashbourne meet on a Wednesday to net, they bat and they bowl.
Quick call again. He was looking for his partner to back up. He wasn't, but luckily he could race through there. That is good batting. You need to keep these singles going. You don't want to get stuck at one end. Sensible batting from Double O. Sorry, what's Can. And that's nicely bowled.
You see, there's a cry of yeah there before there was a cry of no. But again, it's just that chance of a miscommunication is quite high here, I feel.
Well, it was always the Pakistan, legend of Pakistan batting, Imran ul Haq. It was always, you always felt there was a run out with him.
Inzaman.
Inzaman, sorry. Inzaman. And anytime he was batting, you felt there's a run out coming here. Always stays back.
He wanted that one. He decided that shot well before Nair let go of the ball.
But again, he's leaning back on his back foot there. And you could see that's the little lift in the shot. His body was leaning back. He's sitting there waiting for anything full, and that's when he's going to play his shot.
They're bowling quite well here. He's posed more problems than he's given away.
Yeah.
And again, the batsman keen to play out to the offside.
Good, sensible cricket. Always a one there if you're positive in your calling.
These two now have put on 45, doing a good job for their side. And you wonder again how deep Ashbourne bat. That's a good ball, inviting the cut shot, and that is one of the most dangerous shots going.
Too tight for that.
So what's next duty for you, Graham?
Monday. No, tomorrow.
Where are you tomorrow?
Here.
For
Twos
the
against
twos.
Balbriggan League.
Okay, 40 over game, 50 over game.
And then I was wide enough to cut, and the wide is given down because he's too wide. And then Monday I'm in Clontarf with the women's twos. Then nothing until Friday for the cup final.
Right.
Well, nothing yet. I haven't been asked for anything else until the cup final. There are matches next week.
Yeah, unable to field off his own bowling, and they pick up a single as a result. It is a bit blowy out there. Score moves on to 70. Sorry, James. After 15 overs.
Again, this is why I want to see spin.
Now there's just 5 overs still drinks, and I think he'll keep it as easy on, but he might change Nair.
Yeah, but
I'd rather see the spinners from the nursery end.
Look, it's a route. It's.
There's the worm as it stood, and well, Ashbourne ahead and keeping that far ahead. That gap isn't widening or getting closer. It's just nice, consistent, parallel lines at the moment. As EC in then from the nursery end.
It was well played from Cad.
Played down to third man, where Nair is the one who does the fielding.
Oh no, backing up. That is poor cricket from Pembroke. That's lazy cricket.
Naveen And Sen,
Oh, well, sorry.
and even the throw back to the bowler has gone astray.
Oh, that's sloppy. That's not good to see.
Not the sort of thing that inspires. But then again, could be wicket next ball. This is a strange thing about this game.
Oh, you wanted that. You wanted that so bad there. But you're not James.
And not James, that's for sure.
That's well played to the covers for one.
I'm waiting for the next lottery win to be from West Cork.
Yeah.
James buying
Well,
a ticket.
They had their lotto win though, didn't they?
Oh, good slower ball.
Yeah. Oh, the chance. There's your chance.
Miscommunication.
Oh, that if he collected that was run out.
Direct hit certainly had the batsman in big trouble.
There was your miscommunication.
Look, they're coming down to have a chat now, and I don't think this chat will sort anything
No.
out. Graham, I'm going to ask you to carry the broadcast for a moment.
I thought I'd already been carrying it for the last half hour. Shots fired. Oh, that's away from the body. Fielder needs to watch the spin. He does really well there. Is some fine fielding on the cover boundary from, I'm going to assume, Keegan. I'm just trying to, with everyone wearing hats, I can't tell. It was wide of Khan. He leant into it. And then another full one onto the legs. It's just played into the very vacant mid-wicket area. There's nobody in saving one in the mid-wicket. Anything that they get bat onto is going to be a single. Another slower ball, but it's full. It doesn't invite the big hit because it's too full. And then another easy one with the vacant mid-wickets. So end of the over. Score moves to 77. And his 16 overs gone. Ashbourne will be very happy with how things are progressing at the moment. Slight issue due to the wind with the camera. We've gone right over. Niall? Camera's on pitch 6. So we're just catching one side, sorry folks. They'll push onto the leg and it is a single.
Oh, you can really see something.
Yeah,
That's the whole side screen moved.
yeah. I don't know why they need the side screen moved.
No, the wind.
Oh, the wind. Okay. Not by design. It just shows you that batsmen don't care that the side screen moved. It's not there for their benefit. That felt like a lazy shot from the batsman. He just one outside off and he was in no man's land, just pushing at it safely through to Smiths behind the stumps. So this is an excellent partnership for Ashbourne, and Pembroke are ruining the drop chances. Another good length. This is where discipline now from there is needed. See out the over. Keep these dots going, because Ashbourne, they don't need boundaries. They just need to keep ticking along as they are going. Onto the legs and put away. It is just going to be one.
Still kind of crooked, but
Yeah, we're back.
okay, fix the side, move the side screen.
We're a bit better, yeah.
I'm not doing that on my own this thing.
Oh, that one took off a bit, didn't it?
Yeah, got kicked.
Definitely kept Noah Smith awake. Pembroke flag definitely proud today, flying straight out. As soon as I say that, look.
That happens.
All caught up on the pole now.
That's too full.
He
Gets away with it.
turned that into a full toss.
Yeah.
It just got the end of the bat underneath it.
Now you see that miss hit, sometimes it'll pop up as a cotton bowl, but again, why did he bowl full?
79 for one.
So again, you're edging into the territory of, do you have enough runs to risk a few things? Because they are just ticking along nicely. There's no
urgency for Ashbourne now.
And Pembroke are relying on a mistake here. The way the field is set, especially on the leg sides. Again, full, and he can just let the bat flow through, and that's again, it's sloppy.
Again, not the fielding that the skipper would want to be seeing.
But again,
here's Sean.
there was no need for the throw into the wicketkeeper, so.
There's that slower ball again. He does like that, and he's bowling it quite well, actually.
Yeah.
No problem with that at all.
Well, he just wants that maybe a little on off stump. He wants to invite the batsman to drag it and play across the line.
Like that.
Yeah, but with the slower ball, because he does have a cow corner in place, a deep square leg where they're always going to get a 1-2 if they call. Well, I like that. No mid wickets.
That one pushed through with a bit more force. There, talking with his fan club to our right there, Graham.
Yeah.
4 lads down, watching the game. Another good ball.
Another slower ball.
Azizi has matured as a cricketer in the last couple of years. Has come back this year. And last time we saw him, it was all about the pace. And he's far more intelligent about slower balls, different changes in pace.
This is so bad. Like, it's a simple throw into. You feel for the wicketkeeper here.
End of the over, 81 for 1. Same stage, Pembroke was 75 for 3. And we had Ethan Clark batting with Sahil. Sahil with questions ahead of him here. Just 2 overs to drinks. Still persisting.
Yeah.
With the pace.
No changes in field. Same field settings.
The first thing I would have done as captain would be to remind the batsmen that there are only 2 overs to drinks.
Yeah. Put it in their heads. Yeah.
And then perhaps try something else.
Yeah.
Just for the overs before drinks. One from each end.
Yeah. One of my favourite wickets I ever took was in the over, just as drinks, because I knew the batsman was playing for drinks.
No, their mindset changes.
Yeah, he was blocking. He wanted
That's not happening here though with Ashbourne. Still playing positively, still looking to score runs.
They're taking their singles at will at the moment. The field is deep enough that it allows them to run through. They're doing really well here. But yeah, he was obviously blocking, and you could tell he was going for drinks, and then I bowled him around his legs. Again, onto the body.
It's 3 runs for him at this stage.
Yeah.
Surely we can work out that he is not the batsman to bowl full to, and certainly not on his pads.
And then the field setting is everyone on the boundary on the leg sides, and Ashbourne are playing this very, very sensibly.
Doing all they need to do.
Yeah.
Coming into the drinks.
Like, they've moved so effortlessly both into the 30s. And they're rotating the strike.
That's where they lose their head.
Yep.
Have a great big swipe at one outside off. This occasion he gets away with it, but
That's not his shot.
That's not a shot, and it's not his shot. It's not how he's been collecting his runs.
But that's why every ball should be that ball.
Keep him playing that shot, please. And even if he does connect with one, play it. Make him do it even more.
Yeah. But onto that.
The leading edge on that one.
Yeah, too full. And it's an easy one into the covers. At the moment, the Pembroke fielders aren't saving a single anywhere.
Just 3 runs, really.
Yeah, it touches the bat they're going through for a single. Too full, 2 on the legs, and no
3
chance
runs.
for the
Absolute
wicket.
3 runs given away.
Does the bowler know? Does he have a
There
plan?
we go. He's just told somebody else to warm up, which is quite interesting because surely he knows that drinks are upon us now.
Wrong end. Wrong end.
The other thing as well, I have to say, Graham, is Nair's underage. So he can only bowl a maximum of 6.
Yeah.
And he has bowled, I make it 5.
Yeah. But again, it seems to be by like as you said, 5, 5, 5, 5.
It's bowling by formula at the moment.
He's changing it up for
here we go.
one before drinks, and it is going to be Keeganship.
Well,
As you said, this is where you need a little. You don't need to have bad banter, but a little. You never have to direct it at the batsman, but this is where you direct it to the field so the batsman can hear you. You never need to direct it at the player, but you can let him know. You know, 1 before drinks, 1. 6 deliveries here.
yeah, that's all it is.
Yeah, we're going to take 1, and again, it's the last over before drinks. It's a new bowler. The field needs to attack. Bring in a slip. What's the point? Bring in mid wickets.
Our pitcher has slid to
Go.
one side.
And it's an easy get out of jail 1. You need a mid wicket and a slip. Yes.
Last
That's-
minute
yeah.
adjustments.
Here comes
from the
mid-wickets.
skipper.
Yeah, stay. Don't. Oh, you're going too deep there. Oh, you're way too deep.
Tough for the young spinner to come on this over
Yeah.
before drinks.
Especially in the wind. Not easy conditions for him to bowl. Oh, here's a chance. Be behind your stumps. Oh, needed a better throw from the captain. Or, sorry, Rian. Just a little bit off the stumps. If it had been on, it could have been a run out.
But again, that miscommunication
Yeah.
at the moment, it seems the most likely way to take a wicket.
But again, this is why pace off is nice.
This time it is cut away
Down.
past Nair. And it reaches the rope, and that's a nice deft touch for 4 runs, and that will be pleasing for Ashbourne. Takes them up to 96 for 1.
Why is the fielder smiling about the ball going past him for 4? That's not good luck.
It's also not worth beating yourself up about.
No, but again, just cut away. It's going to be fielded. No, it gets through the fielder.
Ethan Clark unable to collect that one before it crosses the rope. And that is a half century for Khan, and he's done well to get that in the first 20 overs. And 100 up on the board now for Ashbourne in pursuit of Pembroke's 219. They're definitely ahead, if not in the box seat.
Oh, it's theirs to lose with 9 wickets in hand. This is where you need a bit of careful thought from the skipper and the bowlers. The bowlers need to stand up and set their own fields. It's well bowled. They need
That's
to.
better.
They need to know
And
what
that
they're
sees
bowling.
us through to drinks with the score exactly 100 for 1. after 20 overs, and Ashbourne, well, they've put themselves in an absolute pole position.
Just do these two wheels. Probably just do these two wheels.
Drinks break coming to an end. 100 for one in pursuit of a target of 220. So 120 from 20 and a runner ball from here on in for Ashbourne. Well, they've done well enough in the first 20. It's not going to take much of an acceleration. They're ahead on the worm. They're ahead on the scoreboard. They're ahead with the bookies, I'd say. Well, sunny July afternoon in Sydney Parade. The wind keeping the clouds moving from left to right on your screen, as you see. managed to avoid the rain thus far. Well, commentator's curse is a real thing. Azizi comes on from the St John's end this time. He swapped ends now with the introduction of the spinner, Keegan Ship, from the nursery end. Azizi using his change of pace again, keeping the batsman on his toes. Yorker nearly getting through. These two batsmen have put together a good partnership. They came together in the third over. Score is on 23. Put on 77. And it's in the air. And the stand is broken as the captain takes the catch at mid-on. Just lifted gently towards him. He takes the catch. And that is the second wicket with the score on 101. As I say, 78 was the stand. And the first over after drinks sees a wicket falling. Partnership that lasted 18 overs and put on 78 runs. And there is the second wicket. It's just an attempted bigger shot and never got hold of it. And it just fell into the captain's hands and he immediately was trotting back to congratulate his bowler. 2 down then. And perhaps this game isn't over yet from a Pembroke point of view. Ashbourne very much in the box seat. Are Pembroke going to peg them back now? Oh. Bhaskaran not looking tremendously comfortable for his first delivery from Azizi. And that could be the start of something good for Pembroke from here on in. $104 for 4. They could defend that. Keegan Ship then from the nursery end. Nicely pitched, nice line, nice length. Treated with the respect which it deserved. This one driven, somewhat aerial. Nice bit of fielding. Phil Blackley showing the commitment that he does to this third 11. Loves his cricket, does Phil. Have to for the amount of time he spends here. Practicing, netting, playing. Nice bit of fielding. Phil Blackley, full length dive. Saving runs. Another wicket this over, I suppose, would start putting cat amongst pigeons. Oh, good ball, good length, nearly sneaking through the defences of the new batsman. Recently arrived in the middle. Could resist no longer, has gone high, there's a fielder underneath it, and he takes the catch, and that is the third wicket. Well, I said it would be interesting if a wicket fell this over, and it has done, and 102 for 3 now. Partnership of 1, that fell in the 22nd over. Every wicket that Ashbourne have lost so far has fallen on the penultimate ball of the over. Lack of patience, doesn't need to do that at all. It's gone way up in the air, and there is a fielder underneath it, and he kept his eye on it all the way, took the catch, and that's a third wicket to fall. 102 for 3. And suddenly, as I say, could the cat be amongst the pigeons? Yep. Zusi continuing now. Great effort by the skipper. Unable to collect on this occasion. You'll see the shot hit with some power. I certainly would have felt this on his fingers. The skipper, despite the dive, couldn't get there. Back to the live action. Bonham has decided that perhaps attack is his best form of defence from here on in. This one missed by the keeper, goes through for a bye. Zusi testing both batsmen. Looking for the big shot, wasn't to be. That one just bounced over. It's the end of another over. A 107 for 3. 5 coming from that over. And still 113 required from 17 overs. This is good bowling from Keegan Shipp. Not afraid to toss it up there. That's what got him his wicket. He started the last 20 overs needing 6 and over. And they had 9 wickets in hand. Well, they've lost 2 of those 9. They've only added 7 runs to their total. Jordan Kelly unable to effect the slap down. Hits the boundary rope. Ashbourne will be delighted to see that. And I almost think Keegan Shipp will too, because it shows that the Ashbourne players are still keen to play their shots. Halfway to their target now. Still 7 wickets in hand. Taking him on. There's no fielder back there. Signalled as 6. But aerial. That's what Shipp wants to see. 10 coming from the over. Good over for Ashbourne.
Hard to believe the Bales have been staying on.
Yeah, not particularly heavy bales. And captain leading by example, throwing himself on that one like it was a live grenade. Well, punished that one. Short outside the off stump. Came down on that heavily. 122 for 3. And suddenly, runs required go down to 2 digits. 98 required now from 16 overs. Just over a run a ball. Another boundary. John has come out with intent. He's moved on to 19 from just the first 10 deliveries faced. Full toss. Accidental rather than deliberate, I would say. And this time he's gone big. Fielder will prevent the boundary, but can't affect the catch. End of the over. Another big over for Ashbourne. 11 coming from that one, and that means 21 coming from the last 2 overs. Pembroke had thought that they were starting to exert some pressure, taking those 2 wickets in 2 overs, but so far it's not paying off in that regard. Driven along the ground, length of the ground, single taken. Ship continuing from the nursery end. 10 taken off his last over. He'll want to come back after that. Sean's up on the roof. Up on the roof. I wonder what he's doing up there. Well bowled. Good stuff here. He's watering the hanging baskets. Oh, that's a big, big swing. I didn't. Sixth bowler of the day. Right, Clontarf in pursuit of Pembroke's total of 104. Oh. This one hit down. Phil Blackley is the man at long on.
$130 for 3, 26.
Score update from Phil.
Nice, Naveed.
This one is a free single into that leg side. Tossed up, hit up, and Phil Blackley in front of the cameras has taken a super catch. Lack of patience from the batsman, and he has affected a lovely wicket. So 26.3. Phil Blackley catch. Note that. You'll see that clip undoubtedly on Facebook later. And maybe even this replay. Big swing. Phil, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Down at the right spot and up with the ball. Delighted with himself, as are his team. A fourth wicket falls, with the score on 132, partnership of 30 there. 26.4.
That was very familiar. Phil.
Very nice, Phil.
Down here.
Talk us through that one.
Ran over and just jumped and hoped.
There you go. That's how he took it.
Might have been a bit of wind carrying it towards me as well.
Karanda Dararama is the new batsman.
Come, Navi.
Naveen has made the breakthrough in his very first over.
Nice, Nav. Oh.
Fired down the leg side, it's going to be 5 wides. They can ill afford this. One could see what he was trying to do. Didn't work out for him on this occasion.
They can play every ball here, Nav.
Oh, the batsman changing his mind. His eyes went wide.
Love that, Nav.
His bat went wide. And he just patted it away in the end. He's only just received it arrived into the middle. No point in doing anything too rash.
Nice, Naveen. Very good.
Well, he reaches the end of his first over. A few runs conceded, but his skipper won't mind. 138 for 4, and Pembroke back in this game once again. Wicket down, and Abil has taken a wicket over in Clontarf. They're now 3 for 1. And we'll see how that game progresses. The Junior Cup semi-final, Clontarf and Pembroke being played in Castle Avenue. Keegan Ship now to continue. Well, a big swing of the bat to very little effect. Now the batsman practicing his reverse, his switch hit for 6. Not the tidiest work in the field, but sufficient to keep them to a single. This time the cross bat just pushing it out on the offside. Required for victory. It's well bowled by Ship. Really not afraid to toss it up there. Let the batsman make his own attempts. He's bowling very well. Good over. Just the 1 run from it. 28 gone now. 139 for 4. Pembroke at the same stage. Well, 136 for 5. So this really is turning into a battle royal. 81 required from 12.
Have another, Naveen.
And whereas the run rate at the 20 over mark, the run rate required was a run a ball, it's now slightly above that, 6.75
Nice.
per over. Nice bit of fielding, saves 1 boundary. Well, it saves 2 runs in the end because
Pembroke, stay switched on here, lads.
once again, quite sloppy in the field. Good ball, just allowed to go through to the keeper. Keeping the batsman interested though. Hit straight back through the bowler. Straight hit for 4. It was a full toss, and John wasn't going to miss out on that. He's striking at an overrun a ball, and he's not going to allow his side to get bogged down in these final 12 overs. He's going in search of victory. It would have been some catch if it had been nearer him. Yeah, it was about that far away.
Good now.
He made the breakthrough in his first over. How he'd love to pick up another one now. Another 2 off the runs required. And another delivery to be faced. Looking for the big hit. Blackley will come round and cut that off. Ethan Clark covering behind him. His effort to spear it into the leg stump, he's just spraying it down the leg side a little bit, and that's costing him wides and costing Pembroke runs that they can ill afford to just hand away. 149 for 4 then, 29 overs gone. Another wicket has fallen in Clontarf, 7 for 2 now, in pursuit of that 104 that Pembroke put up. Keegan Chip to continue. Same shot, same fielder, same result. Another single. An opportunity not taken. Well chased down, but more runs in effect. Ashbourne have crossed the 150 threshold now. Full toss. Timing not right. Try to overpower the delivery once he saw it was a full toss. It does get John off strike. Hit around to the leg side. It is picked up inside the boundary. The batsmen have picked up 2, and that's all they will. That took a hop out there.
No, I'm going.
65 runs required, 10 overs to go, 6 wickets in the shed. Loads of field setting going on now, change of bowling. Naveen makes way for Nair. Yeah, Nair to continue from the St John's end. Going back to pace. Can't afford to leak the runs anymore. And yet they start with a wide.
Has got to get Rian on to get his over with.
Oh yeah. Just remember, Friday the 11th of July, the Women's Leinster Senior Cup game, Cup final between Merrion and Pembroke will be here. Come down after work. Also, a pop-up shop of used international and representative wear.
All right, very good.
Will be available on the day, and any sales there will be in favour of the Irish Heart Foundation, a charity very much close to home for the Prendergast family. And they would love to add to the €700 that they've already raised. This one goes through to the keeper. Half an appeal from Smith.
Super stuff, Rian.
Not really anything. A polite inquiry from the bowler. But overall, nothing happening there.
Very good. Super, Rian, very good.
Well, after
The
that
ball now here for us, yeah?
first ball wide, he's been pretty good. 4 dot balls in a row.
Feeling the heat now, lads. Very good, Rian. Very strong now, Rian.
John waiting for his delivery. You get the feeling if he sees one with a bit of width or a bit short, he'll be onto it in a flash. The thing to do is to keep bowling tight. Yep, umpire does signal that a wide. Relieves the pressure on the team somewhat, but it doesn't relieve the pressure on the batsman. He wants to get over on the bowler. Wanted to get bat on ball. And he'll just get a single for that. And nothing more. Another over completed, 158 for 4. Call out rate now is creeping up. 6.8 and over. One good over could blow that though. 13 for 3. Niall briefly taking us over to Clontarf for that Junior Cup semi-final. Pembroke having Clontarf 13 for 3 now in pursuit of 104. Keegan Ship lets the first one hit back at him, get past him. I say let's, Didn't do it deliberately, that's for sure. Threw himself at it. Wasn't to be. Played through mid-wicket. Fifth's having a tough day at the office today out in Shangana Park against DLR. Cry was catch. It wasn't there to be caught. 59. See a bit more the swinging timber from the Ashbourne bats now. They don't want that run rate to get out of control. They've taken 4 singles from the first 4 balls, but they have been looking for the boundaries. It's up, it's high. Phil Blackley can only watch it. Hit the hedge, hit the fence. Ignoring it completely as it disappeared over his head. That's exactly what Ashbourne were looking for. Another over at 10 from it. Sean, yep, doesn't even flinch. It was a good bit away from him. There's a bit of time to be spent in retrieving that ball. I think it's down the laneway out the back of the gym. Well, they're there. Perhaps Niall might show us what's going on in Clontarf. $15 for 3. And Bill bowling down the hill. Another attempt at a big shot. This occasion Keegan does his own fielding, closes out the over, 10 from it, 168 for 4. And that would have been a big help. Required run rate has dropped to 6.5 again. Nair to bowl another over. Jordan Kelly as graceful as Thompson Gazelles sweeping across the outback of Southern Africa. Nair back into bowl. Kelly again. Closing the door on any runs out there at the moment, Jordan Kelly. Nair starting his over with 2 dot balls. This one really causing the batsman some difficulty. Another dot ball. You can feel the pressure building. There's going to come a big shot here now.
Back here now, bro.
Yep, knew it. There had to be an attempt at a big shot there. They will just take the single though. Gets off strike. Gives the strike back to his partner. His partner going along very nicely, 40. And it's a wicket that Pembroke would love to take now. 169 for 4. James, if you're still with us in West Cork, thanks for sticking through for the thrilling conclusion of this Division 7 game. That one gets dug out, drops down to third. 2 fielders there. And between them, they do save 2 runs. .171 for 4 now. Finish line creeping closer. Good over from Reen, just 3 from it. 33 gone now. 171 for 4. 49 required from 7.
49 for super over, yeah.
7 and over now required. And welcome back to the commentary box for the second time today. You're heading home, are you? Okay. You won't. I'm in Corker Park. Yeah. Well, we're going to need it. We'll see what happens. See you, Graham. Hi, Gordon. Keegan now into his final over. It's been a good spell from the youngster. Sorry, Keegan. I still say you've done well. Getting the ball into the air. The rope just coming a bit too soon on this occasion. Well, that's a shot that was needed by Ashbourne. That one. And again, Kelly is the man. Very little getting past him out there. This one tossed up, hit down the ground. Loads of fielders in the vicinity. There'll be no 2 taken there. John on 42. And he kicks up another 4 there. He's closing in on a half century. He's played the Jordan Kelly role to perfection. 38 required now. .38 required from 37. And Egan Ship brings up the half century he didn't want to see against his name whilst he was bowling. And a single taken from his last delivery, and that's a fine spell. Well done, the youngster. Score 183 for 4. And now, well, 37 off 36 is the target for Ashbourne. They'll feel confident of getting that. These two, they've been in a while now. They've put on 51, and And this is the partnership that Pembroke really need to break.
Come in.
Green there, also to bowl his final over.
Back it up.
This one building up into a nice tight finish. Both sides were 183 after 34 overs. Pembroke fifths all out for 98 today in Shangana Park. Good ball from there, giving the batsman no room to do anything except keep it out.
That description, I take it they're not defending it.
They didn't defend it, I think is the actual phrase. Big shot had to come, and it has. Only worth 1 run as Naveen does the tidying up on the railway line.
Hey, come up. Keep hearing it.
Another dot ball. Super over this has been for Pembroke so far. 1 ball to come. John just 2 runs short of his half century. Is he going to go for it, this delivery? Yes, he is. He won't get it though. That will bring him on to 49. Just 3 off the over. 186 for 4. Hello, you. Did you get much done? Five overs to go. 24 runs required. Sorry, 34 runs required. And 30 deliveries. 34 off 30 is the equation. Still 6 wickets in hand. And did it work well? Well, that would be good. The kit bag. Max and Caroline were down here earlier. Yep. There's a call for a run. And now they go through for 1. Well, and it's thrown to the other end. And that is John's half century. Not quite the way he would have wanted to get there, but get there he has. Well, that would have seemed like a good chance for Pembroke at that stage. send back on at the nursery end. Fielding his own bowling. It could reach, but the problem was that it was pulling the pin out, so the leg could have gone like that at any stage. So we used a bungee instead as an anchor point. Wide ball given. Bowler not overly happy, but that's the way it goes. Oh, it's teeny tiny bungee. And Niall took, so they have 4 walls up above now. This is one of the new walls, yep. See, it's still got all its lines where it was in the packet for God knows how many years. Made in 1976. Oh, it's a slice away. They're going to pick up 4 for that. Never in control of the shot, but it still brings 4 runs. Jordan Kelly top scored, 61. And Ethan Clark was the foundation of the innings with 52. Enabled Pembroke to reach 219. But this over now, it's bringing Ashbourne closer and closer to victory. That was the end of the first 4. This is the second one. Full toss outside off, and unsurprisingly put away. 10 off the over so far. And that makes it 14. And these two are going to take their side to the brink of victory. They came together with the score on 132, and now they've taken Ashbourne as far as 200. A partnership of 68 so far, and it hasn't looked like being broken. Pembroke were in with a shout in this game. It seems to be slipping away now. They're over in Clontarf. They're halfway through the second innings. Clontarf need another 69, another 70. 70 from the next 10 overs, and they've already lost 4 wickets, including 1 to Jessica Duffy Mullin. That's the Women's Seconds Junior Cup semi-final being played in Clontarf at the moment. And Pembroke look to be on top in that game as it stands. Thirds look like they're going to end up on the wrong side. The fifths did end up on the wrong side. And the twos, men's twos, also ended up on the wrong side. Marion in Marion.
Back in here now, lad.
A few overs ago, I thought you were falling asleep.
Zizi doing his best now to keep Pembroke in this game. Noah Smith is today's wicketkeeper. Pulled away to the leg side boundary. There is a fielder there. It will just be another single. But now the runs required just down to 18. ZC just 2 runs from his over so far. now with just one ball remaining. Niall will be here tomorrow. The seconds are at home. Twos are here tomorrow. And that will be appearing on Pembroke Cricket Live. Today's only a T20 Tulane Cup. As Azizi finishes out his over. Another good one for him. Good one for Pembroke. Just 4 coming from it. 204 for 4. And now the equation becomes 16 off 18.
Double the chances for super over. It's tied about anything if they're super over.
He said he went through and read all the regs through all the competitions, looking for one clause. He said, can you guess what that clause is?
Does it involve the word super over?
It does. Isn't it nice with these chairs though? And an all or nothing gamble now. Sahil throwing the ball to Naveen. On this side, like a little black rubber band. Back towards you. Now, no, forward, 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 forward. Follow that black cable. No, too far. Right over it now. God, blind leading the blind here. Naveen tossing one up, pulled out on the leg side. They'll get through for a single. Another one tossed up. Man down there, but it will bounce in front of Keegan. And this has been a close competitive game all day. .40 over game. Highlight for me, my champagne moment of the day. Phil Blackley taking a catch. He was stood in front of us, 7 or 8 paces, meters off to his side, dive, came up with the ball after a roll. And that one's going to get away to the boundary. And now just 9 required. So that would be my champagne moment. Onto the roof and off again. 6 runs, and that takes them to just 1 blow away from victory now. Naveen finishes his over, 38 gone, 217 for 4, and this chase has been perfectly paced, and they just need 1 good shot now and that will see them home. Can Pembroke take it into the last over? He brought, there are 4 up there. Yeah. Yep.
Meanwhile,
49 for 5. 105 to win. Oh, he really was looking to finish that in one big blow. Well, that is enough. That will see them home. That is 4. And that is the game. Very well done to Ashbourne. They have timed their chase perfectly. They've got home with 11 balls and 6 wickets to spare. And Pembroke thirds fall to defeat. Well, we've seen 440 runs today. And the best knock of all coming from Jordan Kelly. His 61 over a runner ball. And he did very well and put together partnerships with the guys at the end, and that let Pembroke get through to that total of 219 for 9. Ashbourne shared around the bowling. Some were more successful than others, and the best of the lot was Jobin Thomas with 3 for 30. In reply then, Ashbourne have reached their target and have won by 6 wickets. 221 for 4. And they are today's winners in this Division 7 clash. Thank you for joining us. The next broadcast will be tomorrow when Pembroke Seconds will be on. I personally won't be here, so you may find another commentator or not. There you go, 2 half-centuries and a 46 and a 35, and that was enough to see them home. 221 for 4, and they did it with 10 balls to spare. Pembroke used 6 bowlers. Nobody really setting the world alight. 1 for 38, 37, 1 for 51, 1 for 31. And that was about it. There were some good balls in there, but every so often the release of pressure happened. Well, that shows you what a tight game it was. Neither side walking away with it, that was for sure. It was tight, but in the end, Ashbourne just opened up a little bit of a gap at the end, and that was enough for them, and that saw them home by 6 wickets. So thank you for joining us. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Niall until he finishes the stream, and we will talk to you again soon. There is the Clontarf game. This is the Junior Cup final, Cup semi-final. Clontarf and got rid of it. There you go. So what you see in front of you at the moment is the Junior Cup semi-final. Pembroke women's second 11 taking on the second 11 of Clontarf. Clontarf need 55 in 8 overs at 6.88 as Pembroke do their best to defend 104. That one goes through. Kimberly MacDonald, she'll be bowling her final over. Oh, that's her third. And we recommend that you go over to Clontarf's YouTube channel to watch the conclusion of that semi-final. But for us from now, thank you and good night.